Are you sending the link to?
Already here. Okay. Saying that for live. Okay.
You check.
Check. Yeah, let me check.
Phone.
Where's your iPhone?
Over there.
And I can't unhook it up. Okay. You're gonna have to. All right. Let's see. We have a very interesting topic to discuss. You're hooked up to the television too. How's that even possible?
Yeah, ridiculous.
All right. You disconnect from the TV. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Fantastic.
So
fantastic. Okay. All right.
Are you sending the link to?
I've already done it. I mean, I'm assuming that you're talking about the same person because you won't say his name. Yeah.
So, how's that look?
1 second. She's gonna click into StreamYard. She's gonna pop up here.
Okay, guys, give us 1 second. We're gonna play y'all a song while we're waiting to get this everything together.
You can play it on here.
Yeah, because I don't want to put too many operations on it.
Okay. We missed you too, Sheba. What's good?
So we're gonna piss a whole bunch of people off today.
Yeah, give us some ones if you can hear us well, okay?
We're gonna piss off so many people today. So give us like 3 minutes to start pissing you off. But you might learn something.
All right, everybody can hear us well. All right.
What about
everybody got it.
What's his name?
Khalil.
That's
what I'm saying. Everybody got it.
Okay, so you said they're just gonna pop up?
Yeah, they'll pop up here, and we'll just click on them.
Give us a second, everybody. We're
What's the best thing to say? Convert a Jehovah's Witness to more. So I got some information about Jehovah's Witness too. That it's funny that you bring that up.
Yeah, give us a second. Waiting for 2 other participants. So we playing a little bit of music.
You two can't take this from us. This is our song.
Yeah, so we can't get things. And I apologize for not having a haircut. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
All right, cool. Sheba said, I never piss her off. Thank you, Sheba. Can you dig it, Sheba?
That makes one of us.
Yeah, I piss everybody. Everybody hates me. It's like, man, I'm actually a nice guy. I'm actually a nice guy.
All right, Sugar's here.
Sugar's here. All right. Sugar.
Wait, hold on.
What is good, Sugar?
Hey, Sugar, how you doing? Can you hear us?
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Wonder why we can. Hey, yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, and
how are you, beautiful?
Finding yourself.
Nice glasses. I like them.
They are. They slick.
Thank you.
It's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
Well,
you guys look amazing. You guys look amazing.
No, you look amazing. Get your finger from there because it is so cute in the background. I love your fairy lights. I love it.
And woo, we a little beat up. Especially me. She's holding it together way better than me. I've turned it to something different. But we're hanging in there. We're waiting on, I believe.
Yeah, it's another
Kyle?
gentleman. Yeah, it's another gentleman coming that has some pretty interesting information that I think that you're gonna really dig. He's gonna have a lot to bring to this conversation. He understands things the way that we do. And for our viewers that are tapping in on this Sunday
you are
afternoon,
in for a treat.
let me just tell you, you are officially at Sunday service.
Yeah, dig it. You are in for a treat. This young lady here by the name of Sugar, she is
amazing.
She is a gift. That's the best way I can explain it to you. She is a gift. And for y'all to have the ability to listen to her and see this beautiful queen, man, you're in for a treat. I know y'all think that I'm awesome and the greatest, you know, the best dancer and breathing up all the white man's air and stuff. But Sugar, she is special. She is special, and she's got some information that.
How the song go? Add a little sugar.
Yeah. A great big expression of happiness. Yeah, dig it. So just understand that she's got some great information for you guys. And I guess without any further ado,
yeah, we can get this
started.
Get
right into
Kyle, he'll jump in whenever he gets here because I want to just kind of jump into this. So for everybody who follows us on here, I am in the Twitter High universe when I'm not on here. Unfortunately, these are the ways of communication right now to find your tribe people. But every once in a while, you find them. And Sugar happens to be one of those individuals. She's amazing. She has done deep dives into gematria, and not just gematria. I mean, just the whole numerical system.
Yeah, and this is not an echo
of.
chamber. So you're going to hear things today that hopefully you haven't heard before, and that is not from ego. This is simply that when you go into these spaces, you find that it's an echo chamber, and people are talking about the same things that are getting us nowhere. So let's talk about something a little bit different to get us somewhere. Can you dig it?
Can you dig it? All right, Sugar, if you want to introduce yourself and let people know what you do, where they can find you, go ahead and drop your handle. Let me mute my mic so I can hear you.
My name is Sugar. I don't identify myself as a conspiracy theorist anymore because anything that is proven is no longer a conspiracy. So I identify myself as a conspiracy realist. 2008. You know, everybody has a purpose. The world is so blind by so much because of technology and the media, and of course these satanic individuals, these puppets, to push out an agenda to keep us blind. And people have been so brainwashed that people won't even, you know, just taking consideration of them putting just simple things in front of our faces. And just right now, I just feel like a following where they can just put things right in front of your face and people will just still ignore it. But I am here to break everything down from numbers to what specific colors mean in the satanic industry. So yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, that's me.
And please, we don't want to we also want to mention that Suge is a healer.
Yes.
So she's all these divine things, but she's a healer and she has a healing frequency. Her purpose is to heal people, both spiritually and physically. And hopefully we'll get into that during this conversation.
Yeah, for sure. So I wanted
T. Wriggles, can you dig it?
So I wanted to bring everybody on here today because sometimes it's those moments when like the spirit compels you. And last night, man, I had an eye-opening experience because I've been having this battle and struggle with, you know, basically the same question that everybody else on the planet is having right now. You know, what the fuck is going on? You know, why is the world so evil? You know, where is this situation where we're going to see any kind of just peace just so we can be, you know, because we have set our, you know, our bar down pretty far just so we can exist. And
like, think about it. We don't get into the Democratic Republican thing,
but we want to today.
We're fighting over Trump and Biden, and it's like, do you know how bad things have to be that people are cheering for Trump? Pretty bad. Like, if we think the best we could do is Trump, we are in bad shape. If like this the last thing, it's like having a competition between Frankenstein and Count Dracula. And it's like things are so bad that you got to go with Frankenstein because Count Dracula is more dangerous. That's how terrible things are right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I say it's like someone offering you a one-room apartment with a bucket in it and no bathroom, and you can either have fleas or mosquitoes. You only get 2 blood-sucking entities that you can share this existence with.
Yeah.
So
all you Trump lovers out there,
you're not gonna like this.
Hopefully you'll listen, and hopefully we'll open your eyes to something that you hadn't considered.
All right, so I'm gonna let Sugar take the floor for a minute. I want to get her perspective. I want you guys to get familiar with her, and I want you guys to follow her and her work. She has broken down such crazy decodes with these numbers. But Sugar, I want you to explain to me what the message is that you are trying to get to humanity.
In 1 second, T. Wriggles, I don't know if Sugar is single. I'll ask her for you. Hey, Sugar, T. Wriggles wants to know if you're. Well, we'll get to that later. Go ahead, Sugar.
I'm gonna mute my mic so we can make sure we can hear you good.
Democratic, oh my God, with the Democratic and Republicans.
We can't hear you, babe.
All right, Sugar, I can't hear you.
No.
Yeah.
Now
I can.
Now.
Party. We've seen both parties take office. Right. But didn't they always say like one nation under God? So we're in this one nation, we're divided by as I call it, the Republicans and the Democrats. Right? So while they're too busy trying to divide us, they're behind the scenes, you know, trying to figure out more ways to divide us. We've seen the Republicans and we've seen the Democrats take office, but they're still poisoning the drinking water. They're still putting GMOs in our food. We're still getting lab grown meat and things of that nature. So when we're trying to say, okay, we think that we choose the president and they're going to change everything. No, because here's the thing: when we have the 13 most powerful families, is actually chooses who's going to be elected, who is the right puppet for this shit show. So when we this ballot, and here's the thing: whenever you make a purchase or whatever the case may be, there's a barcode. But when you go vote, there's no trace of who you voted for because they can manipulate it at every angle. And everybody thinks Trump is going to be this newfound savior, which I don't see. And it's okay if he gets in office. What are we going to have clean drinking water? Are they going to stop the GMOs? Are they going to stop the mandates on the vaccines or stop creating new pandemics? Or what is his superpower? Because none of that's going to change. None of that's going to change racism. None of that is going to change the judicial system, the the police officers that don't need to be officers, that is not going to stop anything. The same issues are going to happen. And see, well, as if you're a voter, you're adding to a problem. I am identified as a non-voter. This whole election is all a distraction. It's see, here's the thing too. I always break down. Okay, so if you have an issue or if you don't know who to vote for, all of our presidents are elected. Okay, they're all related. Presidents are selected and not elected. If you go and look at the bloodlines, money and the power and the wealth within the family, yes. And another thing too, we've seen Republicans and Democrats have this stopped human trafficking, which is a $1 billion corporation. Has that stopped them from extracting adrenochrome from little kids? No, none of that going to stop. Whoever you vote for, it's just another. It's a hamster wheel. It keeps going and going. How many more years are we going to find out if you keep voting? What's going to change? It's only for them. It's only for that wealth. You think they keep printing money, but we're still have money for wars but can't feed the poor. They literally at the Federal Reserve burn 5 tons of money a year. Republicans and Democrats, why is homelessness? Why are people too poor to live? Um, just it's just that like I was watching an episode of Good Times, and he was making $4 an hour, and that was in 1976. And I think it went up $5, and it's 2023. So whoever's in office, it's just to give you an illusion that you have some type of freedom. It's an illusion. That's all it is at the end of the day. So I'm gonna land it right there. Oh, I found on Twitter.
No, it's okay because you didn't like push the envelope too bad, so it's okay. I know that we can't get into, what's causing myocarditis and blood clots. We can't say what it is here on YouTube, but most of the people who watch this, they already pretty much know. I wanted to welcome Kal-El. He is another brother that I met. And when I say brother, that has nothing to do with race. It is because we are of the same mindset. So grab the mic, Kal-El, introduce yourself, let everybody know who you are, what you do, and then we're going to get into this.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Well, first of all, let's say, I want to say hi to all the queens. Y'all out here dropping knowledge and wisdom out here being rebellious. Martin Luther King would be proud just in here dropping it. I appreciate it. As far as who I am, I consider myself a messenger, right? I go by Kal-El, Shango's Mike. As far as what I do, I am an IT professional, but I do cryptocurrencies, financial advisors, metaverse, NFTs, everything of that nature. Because while y'all seem to be fighting the war on the ground, somebody has to be fighting it on the internet. So I take the role of trying to say, hey, I got a certification in hacking, so, what I'm saying, different things of that nature. I'm in this field, and just like she's saying with the political realm, I see a lot of things going on the next round, the metaverse, the spaceverse, the omniverse, the world where you will own nothing and be okay with it, and they're going to give you an illusion that you're going to love so much you ain't going to want to walk outside. So that's what I do. I stay in that realm. As far as I'm into, metaphysics and occults and everything of that nature. As if I had a message, I don't know, I wouldn't really have a message directly because it's a lot. It's very intricate. You know what I'm saying? The interesting thing she was saying about voting is whether I think voting probably affects more on a local level than it does on a national level from my perspective, because there are some states that are a little bit more rebellious than others. Example, I live in Texas. So how do I say this without being offensive to white people? Every white person that can own a gun, talk trash, and act up, they're going to do it down here. And the thing that benefits me or other melanated people here is they're not going to let their freedoms and their rights be taken too quickly. Example, we passed like 700 laws not too long ago, and a lot of those laws were to stop things of transgender and gay stuff and stuff for the elementary schools, things about guns, drugs, cops stopping. So, you know, that's one benefit on the local level if you could get to a state with a little bit of a Republican conservative, you know, perspective. As far as on a national level, I agree. We saw when Trump was getting elected, they took votes and they burned them out. You heard Trump say, "Hey, I need 200,000 votes. Y'all better make it happen." We heard him say it. So it's just like, well, you know, if they telling you straight up, "Hey, we can get rid of votes," hell, wasn't that what Richard Nixon back in the 70s? He got in trouble for that as well. So they was doing it before we was even embryos. So if they could do it back in the 70s, what do you think they could do in 2023?
And that brings me to my epiphany last night.
Okay, go ahead and drop that wisdom, Queen.
All right, y'all, get ready to get pissed off, mad at me, stop following me, unsubscribe, all of that stuff. But you know what? I'm here only to bring you truth. And if I love pushback. I love pushback, but I really would like somebody to actually give me some pushback. Oh my God, I love cats. You should know that. See, look at me, distraction.
She got me.
That is exactly what they've done to us. The cat trick, not the hat trick, the cat trick. This right here. We all got one. This thing right here is a part of your programming. This right here was written by a man. The indigenous people all over the world, they had no idea what the fuck a Bible was. They lived by natural law. They lived by the rules of this plane. You give and you provide for the earth, and it gives back and provides for you. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's the same relationship that they have in the wild with the animals. But yet, somehow, an entire group of people came to lands all over the world, not just North America, all over the world, came in with needing help. They were all let in by everyone in the world, all of the natives. They all gave them embracing love. They fed them. They fed them lobster. They fed them crab. They fed them whatever they had. They sat them down at their table and took care of them and healed them because they were dying from scurvy or what have you.
Polio.
They gave polio. They gave them the vitamin C that they needed in order to get healed. And their replacement and their reward for helping these voyagers that came from no land that we knew of brought us slaughter and brought us this.
And I want to get into, if anyone's familiar with it, the Hopi legend. The Hopi legend speaks of a time where Earth is going to run into a terrible cataclysm. But they said during the Hopi legend that they sent their brother to the east, and he was supposed to come back with knowledge from the east to add to the society. But if he lost his way, he was going to come back with a cross, and the cross would be used as a sword. So what she's trying to get at is that we've all been hoodwinked. This is not to say to not believe in whatever God you want to believe in.
We're asking you to believe in your God. And when we say your God, we mean in you. Instead of looking for this character that's going to show up, we're saying, hey, you. We're looking for you. Suge dropped off. I guess she'll come back. We're saying that the answer is you. Understand that These people did not get slaughtered by this whole entire people and willingly take on this Christianity religion. They were forced. They took their children out of their homes and forced them to go to schools and be indoctrinated and get very well versed with this right here. Anybody ever wonder why the Bible literally maps out exactly what we're seeing? Anybody ever wonder why? Here's Sugar, she's back. Anybody ever wonder why that they have scriptures in the book about the mark of the beast, that how they're going to put a chip in your hand or a chip in your head? And now we have the WEF, like what my brother Khalil was talking about, saying that the WEF is going to put a chip in your hand for you to make purchases, and you'll have nothing and be happy about it. And your dude Elon Musk, who's here to save us for free speech, is going to put a chip in your head.
No, Queen, what you mean? You heard, like we heard on the one on Twitter, Elon Musk is the savior. That's our white man. That's our white knight, man. I celebrate, man. Look, between him and Donald Trump, bring the white man back. That's what it is, man. I'm loving it because I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm loving it because
I brought y'all here because you two individuals, you guys see what I'm seeing. And I'm trying to see if I can bring all of these lights together at one time to light up the world, because I believe that we can do it. I believe that we all have a purpose. And I believe that if we realize that this is a part of their construct, when you buy a computer, it comes with what? An instruction manual. That's what this is. That's why everything is in it. We have to get connected with our ancestors. Come on, break it down, because I want to dig deep.
So,
wait a minute, hold on.
Okay,
Let's let Khalil jump in. This is my husband.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let the brother cook it, you know what I mean? And I add my little salt here and there, man. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
Well, no, I cook too much. And before we get started, people hate me. So I'll let you cook first. So they'll continue to watch.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna make it much better, but you know, here's the thing, right? This is extremely intricate of a situation, right? Because there's a lot of narratives being ran at one time, right? So the first narrative is the Civil War narrative between, of course, the Republicans and the Democrats. And whether we want to, let me say it like this, whether you want to be in politics or not, no matter how spiritual you are, right? You can't know no spiritually, you can't be so spiritually high that you know no earthly good. So no matter how up in the sky you are, you're still down here. And we have to deal with financial things, family things, political things, corporate things. So at the end of the day, right, it's one of those situations to where, even that, right, where the first narrative is the Civil War. And if you kind of document kind of what's supposed to happen between here and 2030, right, there's a couple of incidents. The first incident is this next election that they say may not happen because who knows, a war or people get into it or Donald Trump. You said what?
Because they're already talking about COVID and that whole fiasco. So that's what's going to happen.
Well, the interesting thing about that is they've kind of changed the narrative on what they want to do with COVID, because now they're saying it's climate disease. So there's a lady in Canada that the doctors diagnosed her with climate disease, which means that because of how horrible the environment was, she has an actual disease that will keep her in the house. So they've kind of transformed it. It's like they're weaving a lot of different things. They're covering their bases. It's not as simple. Well, it is. They are trying to do COVID, what is it, Eris 5 or something? And if you go look at the meaning of Eris, it means the god of discord. So metaphysically, it's a lot of different things they're doing.
Irritate.
Crazy because change. It's it's like it's summertime. Like they're using climate change, but we got Bill Gates, got jets, and Oprah has, they climate change thing too. Remember the whole monkeypox thing, and people like, what the hell is monkeypox? And that just disappeared like that because people was questioning. People weren't following.
Well, it's funny. If you follow within the last year, we've had a whole bunch of trains with chemicals drop off in Arizona, Houston, Oregon. We've had EMP fire attacks everywhere. We've had different legislation. We've had in New York and San Francisco, they released robot dogs that now walk through the cities, right? And that's real. On my channel, I show that. I show you robot dogs actually walking through New York. Funny, Elon Musk changed his company from Tesla to X, and he said he wanted to compare it to WeChat. WeChat similar to Asia. If you've ever been to Asia, WeChat controls everything. If you jaywalk, if you do anything, it's going to go on your WeChat. To buy a knife, you have to go through WeChat. To do anything, get on the bus, to get on the train. And they have something called social credit scores. Extremely similar, ironically enough, to our credit scores, right? Which shows you that there's a lot of things that they're putting in conjunction with each other and a lot of narratives. The first one is the Civil War. The next one is Project Bluebeam or Jesus coming back. The next one after that is extraterrestrials coming to help people and help mankind between the Anunnaki, Arcturians, Palladians, Andromedans. There's like 15 narratives coming back. I knew it was crazy when my mama called me. It's like, the aliens coming. I was like, what are you talking about? I've been telling you about some of this stuff for years ago. I don't know what you're talking about. Get off my phone. You're doing a lot. Like, I was like, every time a white man tell you something, you get on his phone, start spazzing. But when your son say you don't listen to that, white man get on there, you just be hearing everything. She so right. She's like, yeah, but Trump, he had the Space Force. And then I'm like, but when I said it, you told me what that got to do with me getting my hair done. That's what you told me. So now go get your hair done. Go get your hair done. Don't trip now. They've been here. So, I knew, and I always say it like this. If you've been in the occult, metaphysical, spiritual, or conscious community, we've been hearing about these situations happening since the 80s. Dr. Phil Valentine, Dr. Delva Blair, Dr. Bobby Hemmett, C. Elman Free. They've been saying that society was going to go exactly to where it is now. A gay, robotic, artificially intelligence controlled society where you will own nothing and be okay with it. You're going to rent your shoes. You're going to rent your drawers. Hell, you're going to be renting girls. But unfortunately, because of OnlyFans, you can do that already. But everything that you do here, you're going to rent it. You're not going to own it. China owns 70% of our real estate. They own 30% of our media. The border issue situation in Canada and Mexico both have immigrants all the way from China, grown Chinese men on both sides, and 125 police stations of Chinese people that they caught. So if you sit up here and you look at all these narratives, one can go crazy and insane because the timeline is whatever is supposed to happen from now to 2025 is going to get us ready for 2030. They've made it very, very clear what their mission is. And either us as we, and I'm going to just say it, I always tell people, when all this stuff go into play, who you think they're going to come first? It ain't the white man. It ain't
different.
Mm-hmm.
What we're seeing, this time is what's called the niggification of the white man.
Mm-hmm.
Understand that they are flipping, everything has been introverted, and this is how the devil keeps things going on by causing a fire on one side and supplying one side of the fire for a long time, and then flipping it. So once the power was on the other side, the animosity and fire allows them to do against the other one.
Go ahead, Sugar. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to say something too. When you said niggifications,
My word.
Um, I was thinking about how they always send in these industry plants. Y'all saw what happened in Disneyland when they had like these I don't know, these Nazis, Aryan race, right? But the colors is red. I always say, I'm gonna break this down. I say that to say this. 23, 2 divided by 3 is 666. Okay, they always use red. They use that to obviously represent the Republican side. But when you look at these images and you look at these videos, you need to pay very close attention, because the lie is always in the truth. So when you look at these videos, it said for God, what I took a picture of it. Hang on one second. I'm gonna tell you exactly what the video said in the right hand corner.
Take your time.
Okay, I'm about to tell you right now. I pulled it up. Oh shoot. Okay, here we go. It says for journalistic and documentation's purpose only. And you can see like where they're recording this for the media to start another race war. But here's the thing too. Donald Trump, see when when people want certain things, they will ignore what's right in front of them, right? Yeah. So Trump has a building, the 666 building. Yep. He was friends with Epstein, so I know he's been to his island. There were videos that was very disturbing with him and his daughter. Like he said, what was his daughter's name? I'm sorry.
She's so sexy.
I think it's Ivanka Trump.
Yeah, Ivanka. He was on live on The View and said, if that wasn't my daughter, I would have raped her. And you can look that up. They still have the video. But here's the thing. This whole niggas for Trump, I don't stand with. That is very disrespectful. I've spoken to him on Twitter, and I guess he's given every race, every race to say it's okay to say nigga. Now you can get away with that on Twitter, but if you walk outside,
yeah.
No, sugar. I gotta give you some pushback, sugar. I gotta play devil's advocate because
let's get it.
Look, man, number one, it's a lot of quote unquote what they would call themselves niggas that's like, hey man, Shawty talking all that trash, but yo man, when Trump was in there, man, I was getting the bag, man. I was getting on boats, man. I was getting 10, 20. Like right now, gas is 40 a tank. When Trump was in there, I was getting it for 20.
What you say? Okay.
Right. So they gonna say, yo, man, he may be racist, but I fuck with that racist cracker. What is your response to that?
I got one, but go ahead, sugar. I got one, but go ahead, sugar.
No, go ahead. Go.
All right. So for me, I'm gonna let you go too, of course. But for me, it brings me right back here. Like literally everything that we are seeing and having issues with are from the computer's instruction manual. I'm trying this is why I said people gonna be mad at me today.
They're trying, so
they're gonna be mad at me today.
We talk about Revelations, and they talk about the false prophet.
Yeah.
Let me go on record and let you know that Trump is the false prophet. What Trump's doing right now is Trump
don't you think that? No, sorry to cut you off, brother. Don't you think that would have been Obama?
Obama is the abomination. So Obama, we'll get back to him too later.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trump is actually on the Illuminati card. Like he is that.
Oh. Listen, check it out. All right, first off, y'all. Let me bring up T. Wriggles because he's in the green room right now. All right, we got T. Wriggles in the house. All right, because now that you went down that rabbit hole, let me show y'all how this is keeping us in line with their plan. Understand that us having our full heart and faith in this text, in these words that were written by a man. Let me show you something. Let me show y'all something. Hold on. Let me share my screen real fast. Sugar, I am so glad you brought it up because now I don't have to.
You knew I was gonna bring up.
And let's give everybody. We didn't say how to T Wriggles.
See, Rick, what's going
This is
on,
T
man?
Wriggles. T Wriggles.
You already know. Hey, how we doing? How we doing? Okay, sugar. Hey. You feel me? Yes, I'm gonna be flip flopping today. Also, you know, I'm gonna be playing devil's advocate, and I'm riding with y'all today. So
Nah,
yes,
know,
let me go ahead, continue.
And I was just doing that for Sugar in particular because it's like, you know, I say like this. I'm not necessarily rocking with Trump, but I can say this, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least if he was to get back in, he's not making nothing better, but he would make some things interesting, right? And for what we're in now, anything that can throw any type of monkey wrench or throw the game off a little bit, we can take that. Because for us, it's about making sure that we get outside that timeline. Because for some reason, that 2030 timeline is extremely important to them. I don't know. They're gauging, and I don't know if they're gauging for a pole shift. I don't know if they're gauging for an environmental disaster, because there's a book that was talking about the survival of billionaires, and this guy that wrote the book, the 5 billionaires, and one of them was from Amazon. He was from some company. He outed himself on accident. He said, he asked him a question. They was asking about what crypto to get involved in, what businesses to do. And the last question they asked him is, if there was an environmental world-ending disaster, how do I get my security to still work for me without paying them? And this book came out not too long ago. So they're preparing for something.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not all about the end of the world. You know what I'm saying?
Depopulation. That's what they're prepared for.
I mean,
and it's
the depopulation they're kind of already doing. It's like something outside of them is going to affect them, and they know that. That's why they're doing what they're doing. That's why I'm saying that timeline is extremely important. And anything that can delay that, I'm for it.
Yeah, except we got a false messiah in here because we're so desperate. We think that this guy is not part of it when all of this is in the cards.
Yeah.
The two things to consider. You remember, for you folks who are into your Bible, the Bible tells you that when the Tigris and the Euphrates River dries up, that's going to be the end of the world, and demons are going to come from under all that water. Well, what you got to understand is this: the Tigris and the Euphrates are drying up right now as we speak. But it is not Mother Nature drying up the Tigris and the Euphrates. They put a dam in Turkey to stop the water flow. So they make these things seem like the natural occurring events that are going to take place when God's judgment takes place. When in all actuality, this is something man-made.
Right.
The picture, the Last Supper, is showing that they're going to use a laser beam to ignite the Yellowstone supervolcano. So that's what you're waiting for. In 2024, we're going to get hit with something called the Red Kachina. The Red Kachina is something that's been prophesied for a couple thousand years. It's a Hopi legend. And it tells us, when you saw a couple months ago, how the sky was turning red all over the place. They tried to tell you that it was Canadian wildfires in New York and in Oregon and in China. No, there wasn't no damn wildfires. Everybody in this room has seen what a fire looks like. And once a fire takes place, you see smoke, and smoke is either black or gray. That has nothing to do with no damn fire. That is the coming of something called the Red Kachina. The Hopi prophecy has prophesied this for thousands of years. The first Kachina came in 2017, called the Blue Kachina. And the prophecies the Hopis discuss state that 7 years after Blue Kachina, the Red Kachina is going to show up, and the Red Kachina is the destroyer. So when you see the sky turn red, well, it's just like in your car It's just like when you're doing anything. When things get into the red, it is a warning for an upcoming catastrophe. You look at the eclipse that took place back in 2017, and look in 2024. It's the eclipse is coming from the opposite direction. The eclipse from 2017 went like this, and the eclipse from this coming in 2024 goes like this. It creates a complete X on America. The entire Americas will have a complete X on it. And any teachers in the room, when you put an X next to a person's answer, it means wrong. It's over. We are not having an election.
And what did Twitter just rename Twitter as?
X. Exactly.
I have a question. The X, when you have a free, if you look at the Freemason
Double
symbol,
cross,
the double X.
That's absolutely X. Literally, it's saying that we are wrong, and forget what Trump says as a human being, because I don't deal with what people say. I deal with their actions and their policies. So you don't think Trump is a racist, okay?
All right, so before we go there, let's look at this card real fast, because I'm gonna pull up that article that we was looking at earlier. So look at this card. This is the Illuminati card. Y'all all know, I'm pretty sure all of y'all are familiar with this deck of cards that were created by
in 1993.
Right, exactly. And who was the guy? What was the guy's name again, Sugar?
Oh God.
Hold on, I'm about to look it up. But
did it start with an R? I think it started with an R. Listen, it's been so long. I think it started with
well, he supposedly had stolen it from the CIA.
Steve Jackson.
And leaked it. Yes.
So in other words, the CIA told him to say that.
Exactly. Now you get in my picture. Understand that
they have to show us.
Anybody who leaks out any information that the public is not supposed to know, because they do not need us to know so we can get any kind of heads up, they do not let them live.
Julian Assange?
They do not let them live. Understand that this
he's actually on the card too.
Yep, he is. I got it in here too. But I wanted y'all to look at Trump's card right here. Enough is enough. Now, I say that this is depicting exactly what Trump is going through right now, right? Enough is enough. This is ridiculous. All of these policies, and you got the fake president in there right now that's not even possibly a human being. You've got them indicting him every other week for some bullshit. I mean, you understand that this was done in 1993 or 1994, something like that. It was around that time. It was a long ass time ago. How did they have this information? The same reason why the Bible has all of this information, because it's coming from the same manuscript in Hollywood. What do the actors read? They read a script. Inside of the Bible, it is called what? Scriptures. You guys, I'm trying to explain to you that this is all a part of it. The whole Christianity faith was based off of this demonic entity. That's why even in the Bible, the Christ and Lucifer are both the light bearers. They're literally saying it's the same person. It's the same person. We have to abide by these rules in order for these things to be sought out. You can't get married officially without, you can't have a court proceeding without taking an oath on this. Your constitution, that with the laws and rights that don't mean shit to us, because where are they right now? And built off of this.
And like, listen, for you folks who are constitutionalists, and a lot of the Black Aborigines are part of this constitution thing, you gotta understand that none of that shit matters, because slavery it went alongside the Constitution. There was a constitution in place during slavery. So you have to understand that shit doesn't matter. The people, these laws are fake.
No. See, sorry, sir. I gotta give you some pushback.
That's why we.
All right, so So I guess you are of the merit that you don't think people necessarily maybe doing indigenous status can protect themselves from certain things from the government and the better.
100%.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm 100% agreeing with it. Yes, sir.
So you think that that doesn't help anything at the end of the day?
I think that when you have
I think it's ushering us into another system.
I think that when you have to ask someone for your freedom, you are a fool to believe you can go into the system that took your freedom away from you to give it back to you.
And coming up with the Constitution, it's not for us, it's for them to get away with everything.
Okay,
so
then you've heard of the 3 ways that people evaded. One becoming I think they call it secure party creditor. One becoming American national, which dedicated to the 13 colonies, and the other one is becoming an aboriginal indigenous status. One of the things that Donald Trump passed that helped Black people was, I think, the Thomasina Jefferson rule or something like that, to where any Black person that can find their ancestors with a certificate of colored or Negro can therefore become native indigenous, and that's supposed to protect you. You think none of those things will help? And I'm saying this because it's a lot of people that jump out and kind of say this. So
I know. Listen, that's so frustrating. About listen, myself, a little background about myself and Ariel. I worked at the Department of Justice for 13 years, providing medical care to the inmate population.
Okay.
We're hiding in Mexico because there's been 2 murder attempts on me because I'm a whistleblower. So I'm not telling you.
Damn.
I'm not telling you.
Now I got to look left and right at the damn trash can. That's hilarious.
Understand? We're not talking about what we heard from some woke person. We work for the system, directly for the DOJ. And people were going blind, losing their fingers and so forth. And I didn't think it was right. So I wrote a whistleblower letter. And so we got 2 murder attempts. Our house destroyed. My yacht was taken from me. My bus, $500,000 for practices. 3 of my stores burnt down. And 2 murder attempts. And they poisoned my son. You understand? So I want to get into what is real. You understand? The shit that you see on TV is what they allow you to see.
Right.
Okay.
Trump is who they're allowing you to see, and we so fucked up and desperate that we thinking this guy's a hero because he's saying things that sound like they make sense.
And they put a zombie as the alternative.
Well,
like, I understand that
was on purpose.
Yes.
This is something
purposefully
that was done on purpose. They literally, the Masonic, it's called a secret covenant that they wrote. They specifically said, we are going to put the most inept, corrupt people you can find in place, so the population will be so fed up that they will choose anything.
Now, here's the pushback on that, brother. The thing that's I'm gonna let you get to it is everything you're saying, you know what I'm saying, it's got a lot of merit, and you know what I'm saying, philosophical wise, that's what our people need to be ran off of. But the people are gonna say, and it's because I've had this debate conversation all the time. At the end of the day, they're always going to push it back and say, well, he makes the best. It's about the money. As long as, and I've always said this, it's as long as everything is about the money.
No. He's saying with the people.
I'm saying with the people, because here's the thing. As long as
the people are going to say,
so you know, when you sit down and you have deep conversations with brothers, and you'll be like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? You see what's going on here, you see what's going on. And then somebody will take a shot. Hey, man, tell your cousin, man, shut that shit up when the girls come. And I'll be like, why? Look, man, at the end of the day, it's about these dollar bills. I got to get this paid and do that. So going what you're saying, that's the philosophy we would have if we still had the strength from the 60s in terms of wanting to fight for something. Our people don't really want to fight for nothing. So it's like, in order to kind of get them to see that perspective, you got to move it's not about you enjoying these things that they're giving us, because as long as it's like that, people are never going to fight for the truth and justice. I really feel I've seen it so much.
100%.
And that's not a shot at you. It's just like it's always going to come back to money. Look, I knew that something was wrong with Trump when I was at church at the time. I was a Christian at the time. This is during his first election. And the Hispanics. Now, Trump shits on the Hispanics during that election at least 5 times, right? Every chance he got, he would take a shit on the Hispanics. I literally heard Hispanics say, I was talking to this one lady, her name was Maggie. She looked at me, she said, you know, Trump has a blessed by Jesus. I said, what? She said, yeah. You know, he was like, yeah, Jesus is protecting him. I can see it. He's being guided by Jesus. I said, I said, he just got on there and told y'all niggas to get out the goddamn country and lock up the borders. And then he made several Hispanic jokes. I don't even remember. They was funny as hell.
He said that they all murderers and rapists. You can't say
right. He said, go back to China.
If you got exactly. So if you got other people from other races out here cooning and tap dancing,
no, you 100% right. And the whole reason that I even wanted to do this specifically with y'all is because
it's a setup.
It's a whole setup, and I want people to see that no matter what perspective you come from, if you're going down a true road of truth, you know the truth. Like, you even know the truth. You're just telling us the echo chamber of nonsense that you get when you try to tell people the truth. That's why I said, okay, I know I'm gonna lose a bunch of followers. I'm gonna lose some subscribers because I'm telling people that this right here is going in line with their plan and they need us to follow this faith.
Here's the funny thing about that, Queen. Let's keep it 100. And I got this from a writer. Right. When it comes to that thing you hold in your book, people freelance for God, but they do the work of Satan.
100%. I love that.
Let's just keep that 100. Most people use the Bible when they want to feel good. Like, oh man, I'm about to get this job. Okay, you about to get that job. What about the time? I was like, what about all them 3 side pieces and them side babies you got? You think God forgot about it? No, he ain't worried about that, bro. He forgive that. Whoa, so let's keep it 100. People
only when it's convenient. Only when it's convenient.
Exactly. If most people like they were supposed to, we probably wouldn't be as many problems because it wouldn't be so easy to sway people with money, right?
So understand
but that's what this did, because the churches did that, and that's why it's so easy to do it, because they have the perfect vehicle for us to follow in order to go and do these things. Like that's what I'm like.
Half these pastors don't even know the word of God. That's the thing.
But the interesting thing about the Bible, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you go, Sugar. The interesting thing about the Bible.
1 second, y'all. You know we're gonna be talking over each other, so it's all good. What happened?
So we rumbling today. Okay, we rumbling. All right, go ahead.
But the interesting thing about all that in general is just like, well, remember, a lot of the innovations and integrations and the advancements in our society came from people coming from the church. So I don't think it's necessarily was the church. It's when the government became more indirectly involved in the church.
They've always that's the trick. That's the trick. They have always been one. They've always been one. Like, listen, you got your dude Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, y'all. Martin Luther was literally screaming, posting up posters, billboards all over the place, screaming, telling people, like, listen, they lying to you. They lying to you. What they saying is in this book is not true. What they say, you need to read it for yourself. Now, he was telling people that they need to read it for themselves, but I guess his whole thing was, shit, at least let me tell them that they lying to you and they're extorting you and they're using you and manipulating you.
Like the biggest trick played on all humanity. They say the biggest trick is trying to convince the world that the devil doesn't exist. That's the second biggest trick. The first
we see it everywhere.
First biggest trick they've ever played on us was convincing us that this thing that we're calling God lives outside of us, and we give our power to another man who's supposed to have the ability to talk to God. Like, we are it. When the Bible talks about the Christ coming and saving the day, the Bible don't say that Christ is going to come with guns. The Christ is only supposed to show you what to do and give you direction. It is up to you to save yourself. Frederick Douglass prayed for years and years and years for God to take him out of that bondage. And one day he got up and ran away and he said, I prayed with my feet, because you are your God. And it is up to you to redeem yourself of this situation. And right now, The Russia-Ukraine war, people are missing the bigger play.
Mm-hmm.
Russia and Ukraine are the last two European nations that actually believe in God. So they're trying to eliminate God to make the government God now. They've eliminated God from you and took the, what do you think talking in your head right now? Who's talking to you in your head right now? It ain't no doctor, ain't the government, ain't your mother, ain't your father. That is your connection to God. It is within all of us. And they tricked you and told you that you got to talk to some man in a black skirt and a dress because he somehow need to talk to him. Well, that worked and it crashed the world. Well, now they want to get rid of that and tell you that some man with a stethoscope, you get to tell you whether you're alive or not. So they want to eliminate. That's the Ukrainian war ain't about borders. It's about eliminating religion and God altogether. You understand?
Yeah, and like human trafficking too. We gotta add that to
I'll tell you
to that Ukraine.
They've been human
That's
trafficking
the political
forever.
aspect of it.
Well, that's what the Ukraine. That is where
the
the adrenochrome laboratories are at. But the news did report that Putin actually blew up 2 of those adrenochrome labs. And one thing too, when just like they have so many followers for Trump or so many followers for Biden, I look at the imagery. I just saw Doja Cat. The name of her album is called Demons. She is like, it's in front of your face, and they have
blue, like
they have
y'all want to pull that picture up? I think y'all should pull that picture up.
Wait a minute.
They have
all right, before you bring the picture up, let me add.
But they have
before you bring that picture up, hold on. Before you bring that picture up and all that, let me add right to a serious thing here, because you know Ariel was holding this Bible up. You feel me? When they start, because I think they coming close to it, where men can start bearing children. How they going to justify it? They're going to say, "Well, Adam birthed Eve, so and that's dangerous." You know what I'm saying? Highly dangerous. You know what I mean? And so this is why I tell people, you know, you got to really decode.
You got it all covered.
You got to decode the book. Don't take it so literal. You know what I'm saying? Once you decode it, you got to decode it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a genealogy of someone's bloodline there, just to throw that knowledge out. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about literally or anything. I'm talking about this was written by a man.
Facts.
Okay?
Yeah.
So people can try to, like, I'm at the place where it's like, listen, people can reason with me. Listen, I can pull up a page right now and give you a true life experience that we've seen or has already happened for sure, 100%. I'm not disputing that. My thing is, a man wrote this. So as far as we know, God has never written anything.
And you know what's crazy? I heard a professor break down mythology, right? And then he said, true mythology, something that you can, like the Egyptians will tell the story and it will apply today. That's true mythology. Like how Esau or Osiris got chopped up into little bitty pieces and spread around the globe or the flat plane. And then Isis came around to gather the pieces up. See, that's true mythology there. Brothers are scattered everywhere around here, right? And so there's going to be a force, this ISIS force is going to come and gather all the pieces together to make that's true mythology, because that applies today. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how many years go by, that's going to apply. So I think that's one of the things I'm going to put on my TikTok too, is to just break down, you know, just definitions of words and terms so we all don't get lost.
Because listen, wouldn't this be more digestible? This would be a whole lot more digestible if we knew that this was just a book that had been created and it gets built on throughout time, and stories just continue to get added in like monumental stories. But what you just spoke, even what you just spoke of as in regards to mythology, we are still talking about an elite superior system involved. That's my whole point.
And also, you know what I'm saying, like, this is why, like, to me, you know what I'm saying, along with Santana, right, like Bro Sanchez and Seven Bomar are profound, right? Because I never knew this when Bro Sanchez said this. It was against the law, universal law, to write any spiritual wisdom down. You would always have to go to the oracles, like your grandmother, you know what I'm saying, to get the word so you can hear it orally, you know what I'm saying? So whoever wrote down spiritual knowledge, you just broke a universal law. And to go with what Santana's saying, right? The God within. And this is why you don't write the shit down, because you go into meditation mode and then you go in to get the message inside of you, and you can speak to God and you'll get the message orally from the divine being. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, written, and I feel you, because I'm one of the Bible would say bashers / decoders, you know what I'm saying, of the book. You know what I mean? So just to enlighten everyone what's exactly happening here. I fall back.
Yeah, no, listen, that's like the craziest, the best part about this is everybody on here has a perspective, but we're literally all saying the same thing. And the problem is that people don't understand that this is a control mechanism to keep us in line. The reason that they know what we're doing is because they've given us the guidelines of the books that we're supposed to be able to see. So they know what we are expecting. They know what we desire. They know what we need.
They created laws to make us go in this direction.
Right.
Facts. And for the record, hey man, I gotta give it the niggas for Trump shirt. Oh, that shit was classic. That shit funny. That shit's funny. It's entertainment. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was very thought-provoking. You know what I'm saying? It hit a lot of people's buttons. I mean, I laughed at it. I mean, niggas for Trump. Who? That was the first. I was shocked by it. But I see exactly where brothers' heads are going, just like Shango said earlier. Brothers are looking at the financial portion of it.
100%.
And I go with, if we're going to talk about the financial support.
But here's the issue. I don't
Trump
have
is the way to go.
Issue with niggas for Trump. I don't have an issue with that. My issue is when you have white people saying it on Twitter Spaces, and you have white people using the word because he's saying it's okay for white people to use it. Now, sad to say, they're safe on Twitter. But if you go outside and you white with a niggas for Trump and you outside saying niggas for Trump, it's over for you. It's no coming back from that. He's not gonna save you.
Let's say
well, if he's surrounded by a gang of white dudes, he be straight. I mean, if the white dude is surrounded by a gang of brothers, he be straight. Yeah, we like niggas for Trump.
Let's see, that would have been 10 years ago. See, let's see. That's the thing. That's the inception. Our people don't get mad about much no more. Because if they was mad, if we was mad about even a fraction of the shit that's been going through the last 15 years, we would have set some shit on fire. Nowadays, a white dude can go around and say nigga, and a nigga laugh like, man, he bold. I've seen it.
I don't know what hood that is, but try that shit in a small town.
I mean, this literally happened at a battle rap event.
Try that shit. Not around my niggas, you can't.
At a battle rap event with nothing but niggas.
Not around my niggas, you can't. You better get on that horse. You better ride it. Not around my niggas.
And then he said nigga, and then they was like, what? And this is a room full of 300 drunk, high, horny niggas. And not one of them, nobody slid nobody, ain't nobody grab a dread, nothing happened. And then after they was just like, well, you know what I mean? That's disaster. I was like, oh, they ain't tripping about shit no more. This ain't no 1999 movie where the white dude say nigga and all the niggas in the room chasing nigga. You say nigga these days, the nigga might get in your face. Nah, bro, that's his American right to say that, bro. We're all the same. We all got blood. I'm telling you, boy, I just seen some shit since I've been out here the last 3 years.
If that was universal, honestly, that would be fantastic. But unfortunately, from where we grew up, we were never taught to hate, and we weren't taught to hate anybody, and nobody in my neighborhood, in my community, were taught to hate. But the community opposite of us, what they have been conditioned to see us fucked up. You know, and that's what I'm trying to explain to the folks who are on this Black for Trump kick. Because just look at this policy. White people don't believe in reparations. You ask 9 out of 10 white people are reparations. They say hell no. However, 2016, Trump gave Zimbabwe $3.5 billion in reparations.
Here it is.
For the white farmers who got kicked out of Zimbabwe.
Did y'all know this?
So
here's the issue. So people are so quick to vote and don't know who they voted for. Don't you think that we need to vote for policies? Policies?
Yes.
Let's look at the policies and not actually, because it's Trump, I'm voting for him, or because I want Biden out of office, let me vote for Trump and not look at the policies. And that's what's wrong. People are not looking at the policies. People are especially like who's ever campaigning. Yes, we need to see what they're about. Look at their background. Like, this.
I mean, but the funny thing is, they did that. Remember, they did that with Biden. We found out Joe Biden called us super predators and everything. They been doing it. People gotta understand. I
thought that was the Clintons. That was the Clintons.
That was him too. He said it too. They was in conjunction. They was talking real greasy when they got caught.
He did a live when he said we don't need any more nigger mayors. Biden said in 1986 we don't need any more nigger mayors or any nigger big shots. That was in 1986. You can look it up. He said it.
I tell you like this. You know, if just going along with this whole narrative here, you feel me? Now, everybody that voted for Biden, you totally messed up. You totally messed up. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump had it all. He had it going. He had everyone fooled. He had, you know what I'm saying? He had the tariffs. China paying more for the tariffs. You know what I mean? And it gave us a grand illusion that America was becoming great again. You know what I'm saying? Like
who was this great
children? His own daughter said she wrote a book. Ashley Biden said, I will have to take showers at night because my father will come in.
Listen,
and nobody cared because they wanted to get him.
Yeah.
See, that's not personal. That's not personal. That ain't got nothing to do with the money. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you do with your daughter, that's what you do, Trump. As long as gas is $20, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get this for that for the low.
But the thing is,
you know what I'm saying? This is just playing along with the narrative.
That's what we at. They always gonna run with that. But
real talk. But honestly, real talk. If anyone hasn't figured this shit out by now, I don't know what else to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Politics and all of this stuff is you're not going to win. It's not the way we should go.
That's the whole thing.
But that's the whole. But
I'm gonna tell you, unless we do this, right? We start our own political party and we call it the Perps. You feel me? We are going to mix the red. And we're going to mix the blue and put it together, and it becomes purple. We're going to have. No, check this out though. Look. This is just an idea. We're going to have some conservative views, and we're going to have some liberal views. We're going to have our own things, and we're going to vote for president. And I tell you right now, who I'm gonna vote for president. I'm gonna say for the president for 2024. If the Perps was established. Santana for president. There you go.
Yeah, I'll accept that nomination.
I like that. I like that, but unfortunately, T. Wiggles,
I wouldn't even let you do that to yourself, Santana. Man, I'd be like, nah, this ain't. Yeah, I wouldn't even let you stress yourself out like that, man, because you wouldn't make it 3 months with the. See, here's the thing.
Listen, it's safer,
right? You said
my existence.
Most definitely. What he
It's
gonna
safer
do?
than my current
He's
existence.
gonna do the Dick Gregory. He's gonna dig up the rose garden. He's gonna throw that out and gonna plant a big watermelon patch. I tell the Lord.
I'm not
That's
gonna
the
lie,
first
these
thing.
niggas gonna turn you in for some Jordans and the first ticket to their favorite rapper, the first chance they get. As soon as you bring them in, this all they gonna, yeah, man, we got them cool grades. You're done. You're done. Like,
So T
you're
Wriggle,
done. And he gonna wear the cool grades when he points
Yeah.
out. There you go, right there. There he is, right there.
Can you see the picture I'm sharing?
Yeah,
Can you see
Yes,
this?
yes. Yeah, I see it.
You see it? They are the purple bloods because
Damn.
the blue and the red are one.
It's
That's what we trying to explain to y'all.
the whole thing.
Oh
is set
yeah.
up.
Okay, look.
They
Yeah, we
set-
understand. Look, we understand. It's like, you know what I'm saying. What is that phrase that they say? The wings that's on the same bird thing.
Yeah, two wings on the same
You're the
bird.
same bird. Yeah.
Right. We understand, like, that's politics and all of this is not the way to go. We've got to actually separate. And how are we going to do that? I've got some ideas. I've got some plans. You feel me? But I'll say that for a later date.
If
That's
Scott-
only, you know, and I know what the struggle for everyone here is to convince the ones that don't know this is all going on. You know what I'm saying? This is the tough thing to do. You know what I'm saying?
The only convincing that's coming is if Sky Daddy come with thunderbolts of vengeance and right. That's the only reason that Sky Daddy. And I said that for a reason. If Sky Daddy don't come, they're not listening. Look, let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. Like, I'm just gonna keep on. Sky Daddy don't come. It's not. Let's keep it 100. This is the whole thing about it, right? I don't even think we can have a political system because I was telling my homeboy actually probably about an hour ago. The reality of it is politics is rooted in secret organizations and magical orders, right? So the thing about it is they're not just voting, they're doing sigils, they're doing lesser magic, they're doing magic from the lesser keys of Solomon, the greater keys of Solomon. They're messing with a lot of hell. They showed you that in Lovecraft Country, what they be working on, and they showed you. They didn't tell. That's what I tell people. It's not the physical realm. It's not what they worry about because they know as long as we got something to make y'all go with the flow, you niggas gonna do it. You niggas gonna do it forever. They don't be worried about that. They're worried about the esoteric and the metaphysical and the occult part of it. The whole Bible is can be used for voodoo, Santeria, and things. Hebrew, agnostic text, all types of stuff.
Islam.
The whole point of it is for our people, it's not getting us on the same page, because the physical part, even if you was to get all the niggas on the same page for the physical part, this is a spiritual battle. And the philosophy that we have and the doctrine that we have within, it'll be a fight within because it'll be egos, it'll be all types of stuff.
Jealousy. They count
implants.
They
implants.
built this whole system off of the observation of the human jealousy factor, number one.
And then the whole part of that is, again, we are a society that is obsessed with stars and celebrities and giving other people our energy, right? Yeah. All they got to do is put Shaq on the damn TV, have him run into something, people laugh. They're not listening to you. Like, because I've seen it. I've sat back, I've studied the Bible, I've studied the Quran, I looked at the Torah, the Enuma Elish, the Sumerian tablets. I've tried to go through all of them because they created the Bible off of all of these other texts that come from our ancient ancestors, and they put the Bible together. Of course, y'all know from the Council of Nicaea, they took Bibles out, the Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch, all these different books, right? The real parts that they don't tell people because it would show that there's a lot of wizardry and sorcery in the Bible, and they don't want people to know nothing about that. That's why they tell them not to be worried about that. But they're doing black magic on these children through Disney movies and shows all this time.
That's fact.
Right?
That's fact.
So the part of it is, it's not about telling our people what's going to happen. How do you get our people ready to dabble in the same things that they've been afraid of their whole life to fight back? Because see, our people are cowardly. What do I mean by that? I'm not saying it to be disrespectful. We got to be 100.
Niggas.
Exactly. We got to keep it 100. If T Riggs step on the nigga shoe right now, he gonna slide him with the most passion he done had since 5th grade. But if it was a white officer that stepped on the shoe, my bad, officer, you good? Let me get you some water. T. Riggs, move. This philosophy and psychology is built in very deeply. So even if we were able to get everybody on the same page, those subconscious mind programs that have been there for 20, 32, 40 years, however it is, it's gonna kick in. That's why I say it's a deeper battle than just us, trying to get on the page of politics. I've always said we need our own shit. Because and not only do we need our own shit, we need to build alliances with people of our hue. Because what they don't keep 100 is the Chinese people, they have China to back them if shit get out of control. Even the Mexicans. If you go too hard on the Mexicans, the Mexican president is going to check you. If you go too hard on the Indians, the Indian president is going to check you. They're going to create sanctions at the United Nations, and they're going to take those sanctions serious. Because African tried it, and they laughed them out the room. So if we're trying to do it, there's too many different battles. It would be the mental battle, the spiritual battle, the physical battle, and then the psychological battles, right? I'm not saying it's impossible, but let's keep it 100.
Man,
the people that's
lot. You get this. Fuck yeah, man. I'm sitting
exactly.
listening to you, and it's like fuck. Like,
so the thing about it is trying to save all the niggas. Oh, that died when Martin Luther King got shot. We not trying to save all the niggas because
no. And in fact, my message isn't just the black people anyway.
Like
my message, I'm talking about everybody. I'm trying to make everybody aware. 1 second, baby. I'm trying to make everybody aware that a trick has been played on all of us, and even the white people.
Almost definitely.
Oh yeah, facts.
You know what I mean? And I think that we all need to recognize that. That's why I always tell people that like when white people, don't want to offend another culture, and if they're just like a decent regular person, they like, I don't see color, and it's like
then what they do at a stoplight.
Right. Exactly. No, I mean, that's a perfect scenario because I always tell them, like, look, don't say you don't see color, like you should. I want you to see me. I see you.
No, but why do you have to make that irrelevant? If it don't apply, let it fly. If you don't see color or whatever, you don't have to acknowledge that. You feel what I'm saying? If it don't apply, you making yourself more guilty.
No, it's them trying to absolve themselves of any kind of guilt that they have, and I get why they do it, but they don't understand that them even saying that is offensive. Just because it's like, look, see, that's the problem. That's part of why we're here because you don't see me.
You know what? I tell you like this though. I'm extremely proud.
Oh, I have a black friend. That makes me feel good.
I don't know, but look, the real talk though, I'm extremely proud of all the brothers, all of us. I'm gonna tell you why I'm proud.
Oh, fuck no, I hate.
Watch this, right? Because look, I'm gonna tell you why I'm proud of everyone. Look, I'm proud of every brother here. I'm proud of every brother to live in and breathe in the United States. One, because I'm still alive. You haven't killed me yet. Number two, you didn't fall for the race war trick. That's one thing I'm proud of you for. Even though that you want to get back, I've been hearing brothers screaming indigenous act and my tribe is we want revenge, right? We want revenge, but we haven't failed for the race war trick. Now I'm gonna tell you where the first race war trick. No, we haven't because we ain't gone unholy yet.
But T-Riggs, there's no incentive yet. There's no incentive yet. You gotta wait for the
Wait. Trayvon Martin wasn't incentive.
It's killing other niggas.
I mean, but Trayvon Martin was a Mason ritual. You go look into it. His dad was a Freemason. Even George Floyd and Stephen Jackson, his dad was a Mason. So that's what
no one fell for.
Everything goes back to secret organizations and magical orders. That's what our people don't understand. Everything goes back to that. There's no here's the thing.
We did a whole video on
mostly everything is a ritual or false flag attack.
And I'll say this: while the niggas haven't been fighting, guess what the white people have been doing? Gun sales are $1 million for the 47th month in a row. I remember I was talking to this one doctor because I go to crypto events and stuff like that from time to time. You talk to different people. So he was like, yeah, man. So I was talking about. He was. Oh,
Where you going, Sugar? Wait, hold on, Sugar. Where you going? Where you going?
What if y'all still gonna be on? I gotta eat. I gotta.
Okay, baby, go ahead. Get
How
the
long
food
y'all
and
gonna
come
be
on back.
on?
You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here. So just come back, or you can.
Yeah, come on back now.
Or just put it on or whatever.
You don't even need to put no shorts on. Don't even put no shorts on. Keep going on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Okay.
All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and cook and eat. I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be over there later on tonight.
Bye, y'all.
Go ahead. Go ahead. What was you saying, brother?
Oh no. I was saying. So yeah, when I was talking to the gentleman,
places and you talk to a doctor.
Yeah, I talked to this guy named Chris, and he was telling me about his doctor. And so he's like, yeah, my doctor, he got this house, he got this land, and he has all this stuff, he's building stuff. And he was like, yeah, he was telling me about how he had 256 guns. I said, what? He's like, yeah, man, he was telling me how I had 256 guns. And when you're around these different people, you hear, first thing they're very big. First thing they're very big on is weapons. They're like, yeah, man, they ain't tripping about nothing else. Yeah, man, that son of a bitch Biden thinks he's gonna take away my Second Amendment. I was like, why are you talking about guns? Like, oh, we got racists here that's hot. What's up with that?
It's a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, like it always goes back to that. And I always knew before. But that's what I understood, especially when you remember when COVID happened and guns and ammo was selling out. It wasn't niggas because niggas was too busy trying to buy Jordans and get on yachts and take pictures and shit off of PPP loans. Niggas was too busy trying to do goofy shit. What they was doing was prepare. They was preparing. So the thing is, it's not that the niggas haven't fell for it. Look, I'm going to say it right now, and I don't care if people get mad. Niggas gonna fall for anything you want them to do as long as you give them an incentive. That's done. If the nigga look wherever city you at, Trey Riggs, I had to say it. When the lights go out and they know it's the end of the world, it's martial law. The niggas is gonna be the ones robbing, stealing shit. It's off giving. Niggas gonna be in apartments stealing big screen TVs, and we ain't even got no goddamn electricity.
Facts. Yeah, hey, you know what? That
niggas gonna be stealing PlayStation outlet. Yeah,
look, I've been seeing these little, because I don't pay the YouTube premium thing, so I get all the ads and shit, right? And all I'm hearing is this EMP talk that they're going to explode something in the sky, the HEMP, right? That's going to be the so-called nuke in the sky, and we're going to supposed to go dark for 365 days. That's going to push us back to the 18th century. Like I'm hearing this talk, you feel me? And I'm all about the solutions, saying? So I'm going to be making videos how to, basically secure certain of your electronics. So if they do ever make that move, I'll be able to call you, Shango, where you at? You know what I mean?
See, here's the funny thing though. The funny thing about that is in an event like that, and I'm pretty sure Riggs and the gentleman such yourself, the last thing you're worried about is electricity, right? You first need to get a logistics of what's going on and where it came from. There's a lot of different things you're going to think about before you get to electricity, because essentially, if you don't know what it was, you don't know who it is,
and it's too late.
Exactly. And you turn the electricity on, you just brought attention to yourself. In a situation like that, the element of surprise is your friend. So the funny thing about it is there was some dude that asked me, I don't know what Twitter, he's like, yeah, if a situation happened like that, the first thing you do is actually you stay calm in the darkness and you allow everybody else to go out first, because they're going to do it. Allow them to go out. It's going to be wars. People going to shoot it out. They're going to start trying to rob. They're going to start trying to steal food, take cars. That's the first thing. It's good because it's like, all right, then if you haven't let you, of course, bar the doors, block out the windows, whatever you have for your generator, of course, start to bring that slowly. But you gotta let the front line go out first, right? Because that's gonna happen. Like I can already see it. The next, of course, weapons that are all that nature. But the whole thing about it is, it's not so much that those things are happening. It's just that, like I was saying, the Civil War hasn't started because there's no incentive yet. There's still too many things that are going through. The first narrative is financially, right? You need to crash this shit. And now we're on the precipice of that between the stock market, cryptocurrency, and real estate, right? We're close if you look at it.
BRICS already, the dollarization has started around the whole world.
But see, here's the thing about it, though. I actually do a video about this. BRICS is not what people think it is. If you actually go look in the history of BRICS, BRICS was created by Goldman Sachs back in 2001, and they were funded by Goldman Sachs back to 2015. So BRICS is not what people think it is. And actually, India came out probably a week ago talking about, even though we're talking all that trash, we're not getting off the petroleum dollar for at least a year or two.
Right.
So they're talking.
But the dollar.
But let me ask you something. Shango.
Okay. Yeah. No, go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess what I've been hearing also, I guess November 1st, right, is where, because you know that this money thing that the BRICS got going. So they're saying November 1st, one of their dollars is going to equal 55 of ours. Now
you're talking about Nasera Jacera, right?
Yeah, this is you know what I'm saying, because they put their money together now.
Yeah, the transfer
right?
of currency thing you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing about this, right? So first of all, let's be real here, right? It's like, because you know, it's not even a shot at you. I've heard this a lot. Right? I heard this way too much. There's a lot of events supposed to be happening, and if I would have, let me remember the trace of what I think is going to happen, right? And then I'll add what you're saying. What I think first will happen is probably a crash in a crash of Tether. So those that don't know, Tether is what made Bitcoin explode in the price that it did. And Tether is connected to a dude named Brock Pierce, who started out as a Disney actor. Look at the culmination. He started out as a Disney actor, and he created something called the Bitcoin Foundation. From creating the Bitcoin Foundation, they created Tether. Tether is the biggest stable coin across the world. Outside of the United States, that's all they use. They'll literally take your dollars. They'll give you 2 tethers for your dollars because they want to be able to watch the cash. So Tether is huge. Every time they do an audit for Tether, the audit is crazy because Tether is saying we made $29 billion in one quarter. That's unheard of, right? Because it's like, okay, where are you getting the money? Like in all these situations with all these companies and corporate companies going from Enron, right? What we learned, because we learned this because we don't trust white people anyway. They always slither. We know they ain't got the money they say they got. That's why everything always crashes. That's why when everything goes under, everybody's shocked. What happened? They've been lying about the money because they money launder through everything. They money launder and they do the sex trafficking. That's why they destroy Hawaii. They want to destroy all them sex trafficking places that they didn't want people to know about because they're trying to wash some of this evidence, right? Which all connects. So the first thing is, to me, the crash of Tether, because the crash of Tether is a crash of Bitcoin. Once they crash Bitcoin, that's when they can start to implement the system they call ISO 222 protocol system, right? Which is where they'll start to involve BRICS. This is where BRICS makes sense because BRICS' whole thing is we're trying to create a system that's backed off of gold and silver, but mainly gold. But the whole thing is, in order for y'all to be transferring between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and the 4 other countries that's joined, that's not going to be on a currency. It has to be on a blockchain because they needed to be able to transfer these monies at an expedience of speed, which is why Dubai. Yeah, go ahead.
But they're talking about each country has the ability to use their own currency, so they're not going to have a universal currency. Now,
well, that's what they say, but let's be real. That doesn't even make sense because no matter what, every country's currency is going to have a different value, right? Make no mistake. The whole thing with BRICS is the whole reason why they got their nuts out is because China and Russia is supporting them. But the funny thing about it is, if you know anything about China, who funded the CCP?
1975.
We did.
Yeah.
Right? If you know anything about Russia, Russia's kind of got a controversial history, but if you can go back, and this is why I say connects back to secret organizations. If you can go back to 2000, I remember seeing a picture of George Bush, Putin, and the Chinese president all dressed in a Mason outfit, right? So that's my whole thing. People have to understand, like y'all be saying, it's a lot of talk. It even says that in the Bible, in the last days, there would be rumors of war and financial and plagues. They gonna talk. But the reality of it is they all homies. They all go to the same vacation homes,
100%.
the same schools, they go to the same countries. When they want to go somewhere, if you go look up all the foundations, every bank, they're always in Switzerland, Hungary, Austria, or the countries that they don't allow to have war, because that's where they stay. That's where they have their secret meetings at, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you pay attention and kind of look, that's why I say the crash of Tether, because once Tether crashes, now Bitcoin crashes. Once Bitcoin crashes, you can do that. The implementation of the ISO 22 system, which connects back to Starlink, which connects back to SpaceX, which connects back to Neuralink, which connects back to FedNow, which connects back to the CBD. So you got to put that. That's why I follow the money, because I said this in high school. I don't know what I was smoking. I said, if you want to find out what people are doing, follow the money. The money always tell you what they're going to do. It's just like back in the day, right? If you followed the money, you would find out that the dollar that you give to the police goes to the politician, to the mafia boss, to trash companies. That everybody, it circulates, right? That's why it's just like, if you follow the money, cryptocurrency is probably the most important thing that we can watch, because that's what they want to import. Because XRP, XLM, XDC, Quant, HBAR, Algo, these are all technologies that they want to use, right? XRP is hugely used for all the financial banks, including all the banks and countries from BRICS, ironically enough, right? And they consider it to be quantum gold and quantum silver. Now, how this compares to what you were saying with the Days of Darkness, if you watch the movie Blade Runner 2049, they talk about the 10 days of darkness, how for 10 days it was dark. And when the system came back on, everything changed, right? It went to a smart city, smart grid, artificial intelligence, bionic, cybernoid society, where people didn't even have babies, male or female. They would have to go to artificial chambers to have children, which they have that. It's a company called Avitrilite that literally has artificial babies. They use it for women who can't have babies naturally through cancer or whatnot, right? But also, this comes down to the whole thing of the whole situation that we can see from the Bible is what humans don't understand, especially us as Black people. They now therefore find us obsolete. We've run our mission. The whole time that we've been here or whatever, they've taken our DNA. So we know they clone. We know they've been cloning for years. If you read a book by Dr. Malachi York, I don't know if you know who that is. In his book, he says there's 7 clones of every human and 9 clones of every Anunnaki. And he goes to show you how since our birth, they've been taking our DNA. You know how people say they don't want to do DNA, 23andMe? Well, you've been doing that shit every time you went to the doctor's office. Because what do you think they're doing with your blood, your swab, and your DNA?
Yep.
Well, I would add why Malachi York said the 7, because that word doppelganger, that word doppelganger came out in what, like 2010 to 15, somewhere in that area, but with the 7 versions of us, that makes we have 7 chakras, right? You got 7, right? So there's on each chakra, there's on each plane, there's you there. That's one thing I'll give Malachi York, that, you know what I mean? And for anyone that has been going to the doctor and getting your blood taken and tested, you've probably been cloned. You know what I'm saying? And that clone's probably underground somewhere. You know what I mean? Maybe.
And I'm glad you said that, because Amazon has underground cities, which they've been testing palm scanners. If you go to Whole Foods right now, they have palm scanners. But where's the technology? If you go to Whole Foods, they have palm scanners. You can see it. I post this on my channel. On my channel, I show you all the technological situations that are happening at this point in time. It's funny, BRICS, the Saudi Arabia president, at a meeting back in 2019, I saw a video with him having a Judge Dredd robot walking around with him. So he just got this big ass robot.
Shango, you're going down a good route. Look, you're going down such a good route. Hold on, I'm gonna get my blood shot.
Like, what Wait, yeah. I'm gonna say,
All right, come on. We going down. You're going down to 10 more hatters now.
That's funny. Yes, I like it.
Keep it going now. Keep it going.
Now,
I got my 10-4 hat on. I'm representing for all the 10-4 hatters. If you get called a conspiracy theorist, ladies and gentlemen, all that means is that you are a thinker. That somebody just gave you a compliment.
I wouldn't have a problem with that because I know that the CIA came out with the term conspiracy theory in the 50s and 60s to classify people who is free thinkers and alternates. So that wouldn't bother me, right? The thing about it is, it's not conspiracy if I can show you. It's only conspiracy if it's like, oh, where's the evidence? Oh, you ain't got no evidence. Well, I got the evidence. So you choose to believe it or not because they tell you. Matter of fact, just like I did a video today on Tether explaining how when they did an audit, they were saying that Tether was uses money to launder Bitcoin to where it is. And the whole reason why I bring up Bitcoin is because the PSYOP, as we know, is to have a cashless society. So if you follow the money and when they're supposed to implement that, that's when all the other things were hit. We have a civil war. We have the days of darkness. We have we have cryptocurrency and the inception of ISO 22 protocol. We have ChatGPT, Sam Altman, who came out and said that ChatGPT will be so successful that they're already creating a universal based income fund for the people because the people will be so satisfied they'll have no reason to work. These are what this is what they white daddy said. So how is it conspiracy theory when white daddy said it? Fuck that.
And to build with you, right?
Right, your white daddy said it. So if you ain't gonna believe white daddy either, like, nah, you gonna believe him.
Like, there's only two companies. There's only two companies. I got this from Question Everything, Dreads, Bright, Stupid, Dumb, Smart, right? There's only two companies that are running the whole joint. Vanguard. Is it Vanguard and is it Blackstone? BlackRock. Right. They're the ones. And I think
I'll tell you about that. If you know their name, then that's not it. They're not the one. They're gonna always give you a name or a face to attach to these things, but you're never gonna know who's actually pulling the strings. Like Bill Gates, Fauci,
Larry Fink.
All of these people are characters that they give us to assign these things to. So like,
we can direct our energy in the wrong place.
Right.
Like if you
that's absolutely right. I'm gonna direct my energy to the devil. That's what I'm.
And
that works too. That works too.
It's the devil.
You know,
I mean, what else? I don't know what else to that. You know, when Queen Elizabeth died, I said, "Fuck, I can't get mad when I get a cut anymore." I was like, you know what I mean? When I get mad or I get a cut on my knee, you know how everybody used to say Robitussin? No, I used to blame Queen Elizabeth. You know what I'm saying? For everything. Queen Elizabeth was shit. My toe hurt. It's Queen Elizabeth's fault. You know what I'm saying? My eyes twinking. God damn that queen bitch. You know what I'm saying?
That's funny.
Hey, how do y'all like my hair?
Yeah, but no, listen, all of this shit is in the cup. My whole point of all of this shit is to say, like, look, there is no predictive program. The Simpsons is not predictive programming. That is not what you're looking at.
It's a playbook.
Like, it's a whole playbook.
It's a playbook.
That they literally sneak out things that they have to let you see. They want you to see these things. Like, why isn't the dude that made the
put the call back on because I got something for you. I promise.
Oh, yeah, come on. Let me get this.
I'm gonna let the queen finish that. Go ahead. No, don't take it off now. No, they right. You know, people used to wear that because they was afraid the feds would send signals to their brain.
Yeah.
That's
hey. Let me tell you, man. Look. This is some real serious stuff going on here, yo. Where I'm watching Sophia, the robot, right? And then she said something, man. Like, it really bothered me when she said, "There'll be no need for all of these conferences anymore. We don't all have to go to the conferences and talk. I will sit in my office and I will beam my thoughts to you." And I said, "What the fuck? How am I going to receive this beam first for me to get this thought?" And I said, "No, I don't. What if I don't want your thought in my head? How am I going to prevent that?"
And they gonna take your ass to a nice little re-education camp and get you real right. They can get you right.
You want to eat. You need to get that.
What you do is you get you some tin foil. You get you some tin foil and some tape.
No, listen. those purple lights, those blue purple lights that they putting in a city near you. What do you think they doing that for?
Yeah, that's scary, man. That's some scary.
What do you think?
I just saw a robot. I just saw a fully functioning, walking humanoid looking at the museum. He was in the museum, walking bone-legged, taking pictures.
They got a bone-legged robot?
I saw it on TikTok, fully functional, and I said, you know what, dude? You know what? It's a wrap. Terminator here.
Oh, it's been here.
I mean, that's the video. When I showed the Saudi Arabian king with his robot, it looked like a Judge Dredd robot. It wasn't just no small. It was an army robot. Yeah. He is just walking around with him, and he was swole. You remember Judge Dredd when the little bad dude had the little robot that killed him? It looked just like it. I was like, that's nasty work. Like, what the hell? And it's just walking through the conference room. And of course, they didn't want no smoke, no problems. And shit, as far as robots, you can buy a robot dog on Amazon right now. $4,000.
That's it?
Damn.
For the little robot dog. But for the actual robots.
Oh, a dog.
Yeah, the dog. But the actual robots, I think they like $90,000 right now.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna be under $90,000.
So the people who are carrying this out aren't smart enough to do this, though.
What do you mean?
The powers that are in place that's trying to push all these things aren't smart enough to do this.
Not at all.
And this last attempt with this pandemic did not net the fruit that they wanted to net from all of their harvesting. So the plan, the timetable was all the way off. They can't do it. I believe that we're being set up. I believe that everyone who went to Texas has not learned the lesson of the Titanic. I believe personally, if you're melanated, and we don't just speak to melanated folks, you were in bad shape because when I first started getting online, I told everybody that if you have a community, you don't need a gun. And there is no community. We've lost our community, and there is no one to look for, because the people who are supposed to be representative of our community are working directly with the systems and the exact same ones that put us in this place. So they're not going to do all the things that they're trying to do, these high-tech, grandiose things that we're talking about. They can't. That's the reason why we're not having an election. You can't have an election when you got the president on recording accepting bribes. You can't have an election when more than 30 million people know that the earth is flat. You can't have an election if you realize that they sent over $100 billion to Ukraine, but aren't feeding Americans. You can't have an election when you realize that they're allowing people to come into the country.
And don't forget all the money that was sent in Ukraine, and no money, and a one-time $700 payment for the American state citizens in Hawaii get after everything was taken. They have nothing.
And Biden didn't go to Palestine with the oil. So what I'm trying to say is they are setting us up. And this has been a long plan, a long Masonic plan that was done a long time ago, at which time, because this is the opportunity for a new world order, they have to make things so bad. You got to understand that things are terrible when people are cheering for Trump. For people to say, I want things to go back to when Trump was in charge, you say that because things are so bad. You understand? Like, if you ask 4 years before Trump was in charge, it was the exact same thing. Everything's been the same bullshit for the past whenever. But
I got a question for you, Santana. Go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead and finish. All right, but I got a question for you. Right?
It's
Do
set
you
up.
think?
They're
Do you
shifting.
think? Do you think if if we kept the system and cleaned everyone out, right?
Mhm.
And started anew, keep the system, right? But now no one can get bribed, or let's say the system. Do you think, in other words, do you think, when I'm asking you, do you think that this system would work if the right people were doing the job?
Okay, so let me go ahead and lose a bunch of followers right now. So, anybody got any reason to
Turn this on.
hate me? Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. Now I got some unfortunate news for you, brother.
Yeah.
No.
Go ahead. What?
Because there was a system. Go out into nature. Go out into the woods. There are no documents written by the animals about riding down the street too fast or paying your light bill. They go by a natural, universal law. We create systems outside of a perfect system. The system was perfect from the beginning with, and it didn't get fucked up until man brought in a system. And what's terrible about this, and it's going to sound terrible, but I'm only speaking truth. I'm not trying to offend anybody. The system is only allowed to take place because the weak people in the system don't feel like they can do it on their own. For example, it's going to be hard to, now, I hate to get into this race thing, but fuck it, let me just say it.
Right, here it is. There it is.
You're gonna be very hard pressed for white Americans to want to be equal to Black Americans. And understand that you're gonna be very hard pressed.
That's the biggest battle. That's why, that's what I'm saying. Unless people engage the philosophy of humanity before color, then I can see it. But even if we was to all get in the room, let's just keep the niggas gonna be like, man, I'm chilling. Hispanics gonna feel some way, Indians gonna feel some way, whites gonna, until we come together and say, you know what, we've created atrocities between each other and we need to apologize. There's some things that would have to be done in a room.
And that's
right.
that's why I said, like, my message isn't just for Black people. Like, I'm trying to let the white people know, like, hey, like, even though we got the more fucked up end of this deal, y'all got a trick played on y'all too.
But you know what? They'll die. They would rather die believing in that dream than dealing with the reality of that.
Like
but that's the truth. That's the thing. That's the truth. See, I think the biggest thing that all of us have learned in this room, right? It's not about our people. It's not about Illuminati. It's not about the government. It's humans.
Yeah.
And what that means and what that identifies going forward into the future, right? Like I said before, our time, we're damn near obsolete because this is really the rise of the machines like Terminator. This is the rise that humanity has created something that now it's not a dog, it's not a lion, it's not something that will bow down to your guns. It's something now that will control every spectrum of our reality until we die. Now that you've created it, it's going to go off of the principles and the perspectives that you have. And if we was to sit up here and say, if we created an AI as the total humanity, and it was based off the construct of the United States, what would you expect from that?
Exactly.
It would be racist. It would be white. It would be financial. And the thing is, the robot's going to say, the robots are not like humans to where we just be like, well, that nigga lost, but it's his right to live that way. The robot's eventually going to say, hey, this is costing the overall gain of the people. So let's put them in one place. Just like Judge Dredd, if you watch The City, we're going to put the poor people in one part of the city. We're going to put the rich people in one part of the city. And we're going to call them smart cities and smart grids and sustainable development, which is exactly what the World Economic Forum comes down to. This is a humanity problem.
100%.
Yeah, but the problem is this. Oh, you muted
yourself, Shango.
I'm sorry. Humanity is going to have to all come up to a choice. and we don't have that much time of
No.
what do you stand for?
Right.
Do you guys really believe in humanity and all that God and Jesus and all that Bible thumping shit you talking about? Or do it just sound good?
Exactly.
Do y'all really want freedom and sovereignty and all the other shit? Or do it just sound good? Do you really care about your children? Or you just want your children to be accepted in the system, loved and entertained, and then used like the rest of them at 60, 70 when you retire and they kill you?
Yeah.
What are you about? That's what it all. I'm talking about for all of us.
100%.
What do you represent as a so-called human being, soul, spirit, divine being, whatever you want to call it? Because the universe is saying, it's almost like we on some Thanos stuff. Thanos got the glove.
Yep.
And he's wondering why I shouldn't snap it. Give me some reasons why I shouldn't snap it. And if I was in front of Thanos, I'll be honest, I couldn't tell him no reasons too. Because since I've been on this, since I've been on this planet, the 33 years on this planet, I've done nothing but try to see the greater good in humanity. And I have suffered and lost everything, every step of the way.
That's true.
Every step.
Hey, I feel you. But you gotta have an inkling. Just an inkling.
We have the inkling, but the thing is, Trey Riggs, you notice we got to keep it real now.
Yeah.
Because this ain't the first quarter. This ain't the second quarter. This ain't the third quarter. This is the fourth quarter. We down by 58. If you want to be
a 2-minute warning.
We might need divine intervention. I agree to you with that. We might need divine intervention somehow.
That's why I said if Sky Daddy don't come with his thunderbolts of vengeance and revenge, I'm telling you right now. If you don't see no white man in the sky talking about, I know you. If we don't get no Sky Daddy, don't count on these niggas. It's the reason why y'all in.
But you know what? You know what? Back in the day, Sarah Sutton said something, before I got wrapped up into that House of Consciousness shit, right? And shout out to Seti, because the Obama imperialism, that bit, that when he broke that down, oh man, I was sold, right? But he said something, man, and I'm looking into all the other religious books, and he said something. He said, see, you guys, he was like, everyone is a Messiah-prone people, always looking for a savior. Right? And I really sat back, and this was like what's that, 15, 16 years ago. And I really sat back like, yeah, we kind of need it.
But you have to
That's what the Bible did. The Bible did that.
But the thing is,
but we're dealing with the brothers now. We're not dealing with the conscious ones. You know what I mean? The conscious ones.
You have to add context to why that is, though.
Because of the book. Because of the book and the programming.
But forget the book, because yes, the Bible is 70% of it, but the other 30% of it is, let's keep it 100. If it ain't somebody that is perfect, that can literally miss the pitfalls of money, status, society, pussy, and everything else as a man, you would have to be divine. Because let's keep it 100. That let's keep it 100. A Messiah only makes sense at this point. Because like we always say, it ain't gonna be the niggas. It ain't gonna be the conscious niggas, because every time we turn around, we see what's going on with that. It ain't gonna be the educated niggas, because their response is go to school, get your degree. It ain't gonna be the billionaire niggas, because the Jewish niggas on their ass, and they really just rich slave niggas that's just sucking dick to survive. Y'all said it. I'm gonna keep it 100.
Tango, what I'm gonna tell you right now.
And it ain't gonna be the international niggas, because they don't see a problem.
If you look to the screen,
so it had to be somebody. It would have to be Sky Daddy. Most definitely.
No, it ain't gonna be Sky Daddy. It's gonna be some real brother shit. Brother shit. People that have woken the God particle within. Say, if you take a look to the screen next to you, you see the man with the hair right there. You see the man with the hair. See, he's part of divinity, right? He's going to be making a big, major change for everyone, along with the 3 other brothers. You know what I'm saying? But look, when that time comes,
obey for 1 week, that nigga gonna cut his hair, come outside and talk about I don't eat shit. What a damn corona. Them niggas, come on, man. Yeah, that's his time, man. But look, this is my thing. Once it come time that a nigga gotta sacrifice, them niggas done. You heard Gunna? You heard? Look, I know it's a rapper. Gunna was on that I don't snitch shit either. Soon as they fucked the toilet up and said you ain't getting nothing but ice, That nigga pointing at niggas 6 months later. It was that nigga, Your Honor. It's a criminal organization. And then everybody want to get mad at Gunner. Damn, Gunner. No, don't be mad at Gunner. Gunner was in prison. Them 4 walls was closing in on his ass every day. And he had to think, am I going to stand for some shit? Or I'm finna get out and fuck these models. Well, I'm finna get out and fuck these models. Now, excuse my French, but, and so my whole point of it is, we don't have no niggas that's going to say, I'm willing to sacrifice my life, my family, my generation, my reputation, and everything after. This reminds me of Batman, where it says, you either die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain.
But Shango, let me tell you, we did do it. Like that's why we fucked up in Mexico right now.
I know you did, and you know, and I wish y'all would have told me this. I would have came in here Black Street. I would have had a mask on. Yeah, my name Jack Johnson. But it's all good. Now it is what it is. But because you know, but I'm just saying.
No,
but here's my point though. This is my thing about it. Y'all, it seems like y'all have the context, the intelligence, and somewhat the resources and the know-how to put yourself in that situation. A lot of people ain't willing to sacrifice. Well, our people not like the 60s, man. If this was the 60s, we'd be easy to get niggas outside because they ain't getting no money and they ain't getting no status, and the white man ain't telling them how great they are because they were smarter than the last one.
You know what, too?
You can't even get the niggas to support us for the ones that actually did it. Like, we did the shit. We did the work. But here's
the funny thing. Supposedly they wasn't supporting. See, this is the thing. Everybody try to kick that we was together in the 60s, 70s shit. When I went back and did my little statistics, they was like, hey, 60% of them niggas wasn't out there on the goddamn front line. That was 30%.
You know that all that was implanted anyway.
Exactly. So my point of saying that is the niggas we ain't never been on the same goddamn tip. And it ain't gonna start now that the white man got robots and all this other shit going. We gotta be real. I hate to say it, but we gotta be real. We're
being real.
If COVID didn't make every person in the United States have an understanding of what's going on, it's over. I've done the statistics on the shot. 215 million people took that damn shot. Yeah. That's 60% of America. America's only 30 million people.
Tread lightly on this discussion. This YouTube.
Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, like this.
We say
we gotta do code words.
Oh, that's right. That's
300 zombie, 215 zombie walkers, right? Walkers, right? So the thing is, that's on phase 1. If this is like Marvel, phase 2 come. Once they start saying, hey, and I already can see what they're gonna do. Once they say, all right, AI then took a couple jobs. And I did a video on this too. I did a video how the top 7 tech companies all said that AI is going to take your job. Elon Musk said that in 2016. Mark Zuckerberg said that in 2016. The guy from NVIDIA, the Chinese dude, he came out and said, if you don't know how to operate AI, you ain't gonna have no job going forward. They did so. And I say that if everybody white daddy who they love and propagate and hold on their shoulders and let their nuts hit their forehead, if all of them are telling them you ain't got to work because the AI gonna take your job, and Sam Altman talking about universal basic income, I know how they gonna do it. In this next situation, when it happened, they're gonna say, all right, you know what? We got Fed now, right? Which is from the Federal Reserve. Y'all ain't got to work no more. We're going to give you this crypto through a CBDC, central banking digital currency. Use the Fed Now website. That's how you're going to get your stimulus checks every month. I already see it. And the niggas going to grab it like a free Krispy Kreme donut at a damn gym.
But you also know they said during the same time, they were going to starve the white people.
You said what?
They're going to starve the white people while giving the black people subsidies.
Well, we know what's going to happen with that.
But what I'm saying is, this shit they got going on down the line, none of that's going to happen. Literally, they will not allow election to take place.
Oh, no. I'm talking after that. Like the election, I believe, that's not happening. And we all know they're going to look, what we saw on July 6th, we already know they about to punch it out, flip a couple cars over, shoot a couple niggas. I already know. You better stay in your house from January of next year to about January in 2 years, because They're gonna be looking to make demonstrations. They already kind of, Trump's revving them up already, man. He's revving them up already. That's why I say you got to pay attention to the geopolitics, because if you sit back and watch, they revved up. Like I said, when I go to these crypto meetings or whatever, yeah, man, I just came back from hunting. Why are you telling me that? Do I look like I hunt? But they giving you a reminder. We testing these skills out. And right now we shooting boars, but your ass might be next.
Man,
it's a good point.
It's the whole thing is like shit.
And I'm not saying this, and let me also say this. I'm not saying this like we in a defeatist, nihilistic perspective.
No.
What we trying to do is we trying to let our people know, hey, get your head out your ass. What the hell Lizzo and Beyonce and Jay-Z doing ain't gonna stop these crackers from getting on your ass.
But see, the thing about it is, we think like this thing ain't a black and white thing, though.
It's not, but it's not supposed to be. But let's be honest. As long as we own it, look. If you go by the stories, let's say you go by the Sumerian tablets or books about the Anunnaki and other extraterrestrials. So there's a reason why I bring it up. Even them niggas have beef. If the extraterrestrials from other dimensions can't get along, why the hell you think humans gonna get along? Think about that. Because everybody talks shit about the extraterrestrials, but I don't see all y'all in the kumbaya line talking about we all is one. The Anunnaki, the Draconians supposedly don't mess up with the Octarians. The Octarians cool with the Palladians, but they not cool with the Dorsey. I always feel like there's a chain of command everywhere. Even in heaven, all the angels probably ain't like each other, if you want to be real. All the demons didn't like each other. There's no total 100% union nowhere. There's always going to be that, because then it's going to go from, okay, we ain't tripping over color no more. But let's say if it was extraterrestrials, well, it's humans versus the lizard looking dude, or robots, right? It's going to be humans versus the robots. Yeah, we can co-live for a little bit, but if something happened, we on each other's ass. There's never going to be 100% fairness and union. That doesn't work on this planet. Nope. That's one of the universal laws, polarity.
True. Right? And we're gonna change that. We're gonna change that sooner enough. And to help you too, Shango. You don't have to worry about any aliens or extraterrestrials. Ain't nothing that's the lie. You know what I mean? But we do have. I will say what we do have. Okay. We have soulless beings walking around, like the ones that were speaking on the alien topic in the congressional hearing. The main one, he don't have no soul. The ones in the front row are soulless. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about Stephen Greer or what's his name?
Oh yeah, Stephen. Oh yeah, Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer is married into the Rothschild family. Right when he first came out, a long time ago, I did the homework and I said, "Oh yeah, I don't trust you not one bit." You know what I'm saying? I don't trust you one bit. You're part of the problem. You know what I mean? But we do.
I was saying, Trey, you can't be out here saying names and shit like you. You know when you?
Oh yeah. Don't worry about. They can't do nothing to me. Listen, they can't do nothing to me. They can't do nothing to me.
That's funny.
That's when I say this. That's when I say this. When I say this, you can't do nothing to me right now. I'm untouchable.
I like.
So I know that. The man next to you right now is untouchable.
I like that.
And there's two more that I've already listed. I wrote down and already untouchable.
So here's the thing. Right? Y'all know about Dolores Cannon, right?
Yeah.
That name sounds familiar.
She has a connection to the Rockefellers and Rothschilds too. So this goes back to the narrative. It ain't
that's the woman that talks about the after death
Yeah,
experience.
the near death experiences and being able to meditate. If you go look, that's my thing. If you go look, we can pretty much say all of the books that we're getting.
Yeah.
Good information. Even the books that people like, the narratives, the book on the Hermetic principles, the book on the Kabbalah, the book on Gnosticism of advanced spiritual texts. We're only getting small little pieces. Now we know why that is, but the whole thing about it is all of this information always connects back to the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, or whatever. It always connects to them having some fun, because again, somebody has to fund this shit. That's why I always come back. Somebody got to fund it. Yeah, what was you about to say?
So what's fucked up I'm sitting here and I appreciate this conversation we're having.
Yes, sir.
Because that's how we get smarter and we learn and so forth. But I was sitting here listening to y'all and just breaking it down to the most fundamental of things.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been duped again. I'm just sitting back here like the guys. We sitting back pointing at a Rothschild, a Rockefeller, Illuminati, and it's like, man, it's right in front of us, man. It's us.
Yeah, it's 100% us.
But I mean, like literally.
Yeah, it's us.
It's us. Like those people can't do a goddamn thing.
Nope.
It's just us. And the reason why I was mentioning the systems are so terrible is because a weak man is a man who wants to go along with a system. And because a system benefits his existence, he'll go along with that system and ignore harm that takes place to others. And everyone keeps missing that. In America in particular, we had our entire white population live a good life under the Constitution and under Christianity by ignoring the pain of others. So the corny ass answer to the only thing we can do is to, man, we gotta fucking love our neighbor.
That's what I was telling you earlier.
No,
I literally was telling him earlier.
It's
And
crazy.
that's real facts, though. That's real facts.
It's crazy because it's like these things happen. What they said, that the world will not be destroyed by evil men, but by those who watch it happen. And people see something bad happen to another person, their instinct is, let me not do that. So the same thing happens to me.
Oh no, the instant is let's record it. See, there's another level to that. If you get your ass whooped, they ain't gonna have the DCC to be like, oh no, I'm gonna chill getting his ass whooped. The response is, oh yeah, this nigga getting his ass whooped. Oh shit, they stumped his teeth out. That's crazy. Yeah, man. See, yeah, this channel get 100 likes. See, here's the thing, right? This is the thing about it, right? I always hear that, right? People always talk about love and love thy neighbor, right?
I know, man. It sucks.
Right now, but here's the thing about that, right? If you study agnosticism and the Kabbalah, right, then there's something called Malkuth, which we're supposedly under Malkuth, right? So they say under Malkuth is hell. If you go off the Buddha perspective, right, the Buddhist perspective, we're here for karma and dharma to resurrect, and the only way we get out of that is by filling our purpose or achieving something called the rainbow body or the light body, which means you accumulate. You do so many mantras, mudras, meditations, and things of that nature to where
the Hopi tribe talk about that too.
Basically,
that's true though. What you're rapping about is true. Go ahead, keep going. My bad.
To where you open your chakra, you don't just open your chakras, but you activate them along with the Kundalini rising, and along with being able to one yourself and open this chakra and the crown the most. You get something called, that's where Christ comes. Christ means Christos, which means anointed one, right? And if you know the story of Heru, at the end of it, he had the bulb of his head. That's why when you see the Buddha, the Buddhist pictures, they have that big giant light over their head. That's supposed to represent that they've reached enlightenment and light body and all that stuff, right? So I'm getting at that because the whole thing about that is that seems to be the only way to get out of this realm. Because my theory, and this is my theory as of now, is that you're not meant to get out of this realm. Like you're not meant to save this realm, because this realm is under hell. It's supposed to happen like this. Now it may elevate for a little bit, and then it elevates to the fifth consciousness. But there's always going to be something. It's just like a video game. You know, in a video game, there's like they'll say something like there was once a kingdom that was there for 1,000 years, and everybody was happy and everything's good. Yeah. And then the dark forces came, and then they brought the world. This was our story.
Yeah.
And if you listen to the story of agnosticism, the story of Sophie, I'm pretty sure y'all heard about it. Demiurge, Archon, Yaldabaoth, right? My theory is it's always going to be like that. Now you're going to have people that are going to fight. You're going to have people that's going to love, and they're going to transpire and evolve up out of here. But there's no saving this round because it was meant to do that. And I go back to that of the story of Tartaria. So I don't know if you guys ever heard about Tartaria.
Yeah.
Now, if you know about Tartaria,
talking all about it.
right? Now, the funny thing is, if you go into Tartaria, the last reset of Tartaria was around either the 1800s to the 1900s.
Right.
Yes.
If we go off of that story, right?
Yeah.
That means that there's a reset every 200 years. Now, how do we know this reset might be real? Well, the old cathedral buildings or architecture is so far advanced in what we have. And it doesn't make sense that we're basically saying that the people in the past are so much better of architecture, sacred geometry, and mathematicians than we are from the stuff that we've built.
With no tools.
Huh?
With no tools, though.
Exactly, because they use scalar, Oregon wave technology to be able to move things and do different things, right? So us knowing that, if you go into Tartaria and the history, it seems like they reset every time. This is my theory. My theory is they take these DNA genetics modifications, they reset the society, however mud floods, disasters. They get the children from what they call the Temple of Artemis, the clones. They put them on the trains. If you remember the early 1800s, do you remember the Cabbage Patch Kids, the orphan trains? Remember how so early in America's history, they were so heavy on children working and having to come out with a rule for that because they were just really. But when you go back into the history of America, a lot of these children didn't have parents. That's why, remember the early cartoons in the 50s when you used to watch on Cartoon Networks? They used to have storks. You remember that? Storks. Mm-hmm. And we all know now. And
just before you go any further, about the generations of Black folks in the early 1900s don't have any memory before the age of 14.
Ding, 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 ding. So
so
my theory, right, is that ever so often the powers that be are allowed to do certain things, and they're allowed. So what they do is, if you go from the Matrix, because again they tell us in the movie, remember when Morpheus was like, "This is the 6th iteration of the Matrix."
Right.
So if you come to now, if this was a restart, it would be the same number you said earlier, Trey Riggs. Remember?
Yeah.
So my theory is that this is just the name of the game. Ever so often they reset, they do technological things, they take the DNA, they take the modification. Because also, I've also seen, I don't know if this was real or copy, I don't know if this was real or digitally enhanced. They had an old picture of a statue and it had a QR code. So this statue was supposed to be hundreds of years old. I don't know if it was AI generated, but I saw that probably about a year ago. And they were saying that there's now, and I have a video on this, Ecclesiastes 1:9. There's nothing new under the sun, and everything that shall be will be again.
Right.
So it's like that's why exactly no. So that's why it's like, hey, I believe that the whole thing is all right. We restarted them, we created them. Now we have all these different things, right? That's why they call them social trends, right? TV, television, programming. They're testing to see how people respond to different things. And what do you do at the end of an experiment? You get rid of the experiment, which is where we're at now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So my theory is this is just a part of the game. And to be able to elevate out this realm, it's gonna take some crazy shit. Because if the reality of it is, they say it's like 10% of people that control the mindsets to the other 90%. But it's not just, you said it earlier. I do not for one fucking minute think that Bill Gates is smart enough to do anything but fix my trash compactor. And that goes for Elon Musk too. Elon Musk couldn't put a proper sentence together with a jumbotron. Right? But if you had, this goes back to Dark City, which a lot of people don't know. The Wachowski brothers put out Dark City
2 days ago.
Between the Matrix, and there's a reason why you watch that. If you go back to Dark City,
it's a prequel.
What happened? They didn't even have a whole world. It was and then if you connect that to Oblivion with Tom Cruise, Remember when he went into the other sections, he found out that in each part of the earth was a clone of him, which connects to Dr. Malachi York's. There's 7 clones, which connects to the doppelganger, which means that to me, we know that this area is a lot bigger than just the North and the South Pole. There's more land out there. We see it in the Bible. You see it in old texts. The Hopis even have a map showing different places outside the place, which means that, hey, this seems like an experiment. Even how they treat us is an experiment, right? They tell you, hey, fluoride's good for the whatever. Why? Because
they test everything. Yeah,
everything. They do all this to kind of see how does it affect you. That's why they have you. That's the real reason why they have you go get checkups and whatever. They want to see how it affects each person differently for genetic and DNA modification, which is why every time you see a sci-fi movie, what are they working on? The advancement of DNA. Like that's what I'm saying. If you watch these movies and you see enough trends and patterns, they're showing you what it's more so about. This isn't about the end of the world. This isn't about the Sky Daddy coming back. This isn't about men and females. This isn't about AI. This is about the experiment and the results and what to do from that experiment. So yeah, everything may not happen the way they wanted to, but if we know 215 million people did something, and that something supposedly sheds, and we know that that's phase 1 and it's not phase 2 hasn't happened, we can at least guarantee another 60 million people are going to do that. And if we know that, the reason why that was administered is now the last time society was reset, Spanish flu. Remember the Black Plague? They've told us. Remember, I remember reading about the Black Plague and how visual and it was about how many people died and people just being sick and they had to burn the bodies and rats was eating it. I remember playing this game called Dishonored, and they talked a lot about that. So they've kind of, you know what I'm saying, with each time they've wanted to either start humanity over or modify them, they have a virus.
Well, let me think about that a little bit.
Go ahead.
What I found through my studies is they've crashed the world. At least I found 4 different resets every time they came up with the scare for scurvy. When you look at the bubonic plague, you find out that it's hilarious that throughout history, every time a plague comes out, they always find a fictional character. You got a rat, a monkey, a bat, a chicken. It's always some fictional, some animal they just came out of. But with the 1912 Titanic sinking, the bigger play that was missed that year was they start pasteurization of milk, which took all the vitamins out of milk. And that same year was the first synthesization of vitamin C, which cured scurvy, which had never been cured. You understand that scurvy got more bodies than the Black Plague, Spanish influenza, AIDS, and COVID combined because they never cured it. So when someone synthesized vitamin C in 1912, just like now, they crashed the world and they crashed the economy. 1913, of course, the FDIC, but they crashed the economy and then they make us sick. So that's what I've been finding. So every time something gets fixed or cured, they crash the world, and that's what I found in my studies.
Well, I say like this too, because at this term and this phrase, it really gets to me where where everyone would say history repeats itself. Like that right there, for me means okay. So whatever we've been doing isn't working. So we can put a stop to this insanity here. And how are we going to put a stop to this insanity? Right? It's very simple. It is very simple, right? And a little piece of what I'm talking about, right? If more people would awaken the God particle within them, this changes things now. This means that you're going inside so you don't have to go without, right? Now, there are some that have already awakened this gene a little bit. You know what I mean? Some of this gene will give you the gift of sight, where you can look deeper into things. Then there are some that have the gift that, whoa, I can figure it out with signs and symbols. Right? There's another a guy that does metaphysics. 14 years of it, and he crosses over all the time, right? And he's got his thing, that he calls the tribe, right? So as we're continuing on here, right, we're going to have this mass awakening. And that's another thing that I'm proud, right? I'm proud of brothers, right? I know Matt Santana will have this. I understand, right? But 20 years ago, when I would talk like this and I would break down certain things, I was alone. Now, through that event, you know how many people woke up? Like, let's not take that off the table. That was a little bit of a mass awakening. Just a little bit. We've got more people recognizing the bullshit. Now, everyone realizes. I understand where it might sound funny. But the more people that, for an example, start meditating, right, we'll be able to restore what this place was originally meant for, what you mentioned, right? We mentioned this. This place was to play out people's karma, or if a person on a higher dimensional wavelength here wanted to come down to experience something, you could come here and do that, right? Life isn't fair, but what we're going to do is we're going to make it balanced. And if we can do that, we can have heaven on earth for sure, and hell at the same time. The paradox.
I mean, as far as like there's a huge that's interesting, right? There's a lot of people say that, right? It's funny, Trey Riggs, you said as that perspective that there's a lot of people that are woke 2020. I hear a lot of people say, oh yeah, I woke up because of the shots and stuff, right? Whatever. Matter of fact, because of some things. Yeah. The whole thing with that is, with where we're at, it's not enough that people are waking up. And I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm saying that, okay, you've woken up to the fact that there's no white Jesus, or that your government is doing questionable behavior. Are you ready to wake up like Morpheus said? Everything that you know is a lie.
Facts.
Everything. We talking about from the age of 1 to your age now. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for demonic forces from different realms may run this world? Are you ready for every political candidate, celebrity, therefore businessman that you can see is involved in molesting, raping, eating, sacrificing, spirit cooking? Are you ready to really know what this world is about? Are you ready to know that most of spirituality has been infected with what they call New Age religion, which is also in the Bible? Are you ready for Are you ready for what really goes bump in the night? Are you ready for that when you sleep? There's a huge amount of witches, monks, mystics, occultists, dark magicians, sorcerers, and everything that do a lot of shit in the astral realm when we sleep. People get astrally raped. They don't know that. Are you really ready to understand what it's gonna take to be ready for the war that you're in?
So let me hear that one. Please.
Go ahead, Santana. Go ahead.
So the crazy part about it is, it's a fantastic question. And 90% of all the people who you ask that question to are going to say, yes, I'm ready.
Of course.
But here's the problem. Ask those same 90 people, are they willing to be a little uncomfortable and to sacrifice something? And the answer dwindles down.
No, so we'll do the yes. So this is what I'll do. I'll say, you say yes? Okay. Right. Go to sleep tonight. As soon as they go to sleep, let's say, I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say, matter of fact, I would tell them, this is what I would tell them, this would be great actually. I tell them, all right, if you're ready for the next 4 months, I don't want you to jack off. I don't want you to have sex with a girl. I want you to concentrate and focus. And anytime you feel those urges, I want you to read the Bible. Okay, they would say, I can do that. All right, they make it to 4 months. They go to sleep. A succubi or entity or incubus now has sex with them in the astral realm with their sexual energy and rapes them, and they have no control over it. Will they keep that same energy? No. Oh man, that shit freaky, man. You ain't saying nothing about it. Because now you have therefore acknowledged that the other world is real. And the other world goes by a whole lot different of a rules than you think. Because see, that's the thing. Being awake, that's cute.
Yeah.
But you're in a war. And that war doesn't care about the level that you're at. It doesn't care about your mom, doesn't care about your auntie, doesn't care about what you've been through. And everything I'm telling you from firsthand experience.
Dig it. I'm with you.
I ain't telling you no shit that another nigga told me. I'm telling you shit that I've been through.
Right.
Are you ready?
I had 20 Humvees and the cartel machine guns behind me, brother. Trust me, man.
Yeah.
But here's the crazy thing, and that's crazy. But you know what the crazy part is? That's in the physical realm.
Right.
Now, and that's a huge. But imagine when you go to sleep, you have to deal with things. You may wake up in your dream and wake up in a hell realm, or you may wake up and be in cuffs on the other dimension, or you may wake up in the middle of a city and not know where the hell you are. Are people ready for the realm of the esoteric and the cold method? Because I can tell. I go on Instagram all the time, and I see these little baby witches with crystals, smiling. I said, "Oh, you ain't never been in no spiritual shit." Because let me tell you about this game. This game takes a lot of retrospection, introspection, and isolation.
Yeah.
Y'all being cute. This is not no cute stuff. Anybody that wakes up in the astral realm and tells you what witches, first of all, they call the astral realm the witches and the sorcerers' playground. They don't say that for no reason.
Now, and I love where you're going with this. I love where you're going with this, because what our people suffer from.
Yes,
see, we don't have a physical problem, right? As a whole,
yes,
you know, with the money generated, right? Back in the 90s or like the early 2000s, we were accounted for $3.3 trillion annually. So we don't have a physical problem. What I'm trying to get brothers to understand, the law of duality, right? Let's not take those 7 Hermetic principles off the table. You feel me? Where the law of duality is, okay, you have a physical body and then you have a spiritual one, right? And so the spiritual, and I've been asking, and I feel you, brother, because I've been asking everyone, like, so when I say spiritual warfare, what comes to your mind? And everyone says some out of the box shit I've ever heard in my life, right? But no one knows what your spirit is. And once you get a hold of that information, right, with the spiritual laws, that will grant you protection.
I like you said that. So I'm gonna have to burst your bubble real quick and help you out with this, brother.
Go ahead. Love this.
Now, see, I'm gonna help you out now. If you watch movies and you study magic and alchemy and sorcery and certain things of that nature, right? Those universal laws only work for what we call the beginning magicians. I'll give an example. If I'm a dark sorcerer and I know how to absorb chaos energy and I'm at a certain level, your rules make me laugh. Because what I can do is, I say, fuck your rules. I'm going to summon 1,000 jinns and attack you in your dream every night for the next 40 days. This happens more often than people. Like, so the Middle East, Africa, Banks, Hollywoods, I don't think people know how much magic and sorcery is involved in a lot of different things. People think they know, right? But if you knew, you wouldn't come outside your room without some type of protection, because those, and that's the funny thing. People are like, oh man, the universal laws is cute. They're cute, like polarity, generality. They work on a normal spectrum, but once somebody gets to a certain level, take Doctor Strange, right? Remember when they found out the ancient one? They found out that she was using energy, but not just from the light side, but the dark side. Right? Once people get on a certain level in the middle and the left-hand path, the universal laws is not stopping nobody that knows how to control jinns. They're not stopping nobody that knows how to do certain things. They're not stopping a monk that knows how to meditate on a rock for 8 hours. You're not stopping that stuff because they got to a certain spiritual level. This is what it means to be spiritual, not free-spirited, because most of what we see is free-spirited. You'll see a girl with 1,000 tattoos, a nose ring, and do a couple crystals and some yoni steams and say she's spiritual. Girl, please.
Yoni steam.
Girl, please. If a dude grab a birch tree and write your name in it, he can curse you for the rest of your life, and you ain't gonna know what's going on. And I say all that to say, this is why the niggas will never be free. It ain't got nothing to do with the physical. Are our people ready to get low down and dirty and put some spiritual discipline? Are you ready to build that?
Now that's the key.
We don't care how swole or strong. You think they're gonna fight on the physical level? Oh, please.
Like,
You'd
that's
be
the
lucky
key.
if they do that, because that means that they're not really trying to bother you.
So let me enlighten you a little bit. Let me enlighten you a little bit. Let me enlighten you what is going to help, right? That might, some people might not know about our world here. Our world here on the spectrum is 0.1%. The rest is unseen.
This is true.
Right? Exactly. When you put the two magnets together and that force in between there, right? The electromagnetism, like invisible. You have an ancestral bloodline, Shango, that is here. This is why Santana has an ancestry bloodline that is here with us. When you pass on, it's not like you go to some mysterious place here. You're still here watching, guiding, fighting this war against these warlocks and witches and all of that, right? And yes, and you're absolutely right. If a person has no knowledge on what the hell this is about, yeah, a warlock will cast something on you. But if you're living wrong, that warlock that casted that on you is going to work. But if you're living righteously and you have your 7 heavenly virtues in order, nothing can touch you at all. At all.
Well,
you will have more spiritual protection. Everyone has a spiritual team here, right? And as you said, the more that a person balances their light and their dark to become one.
Well, it depends on what spectrum of the path they are, though.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Like if you're on the right path, yeah. But people that are in the middle.
Here's another thing, right? Is that, see, a lot of people don't understand when you have fully knowledge on your spirit and soul. It is very, very powerful. It is so powerful that they make sure that every brother, every white man, every Chinese man, every Mexican man doesn't really understand how this works. You feel me?
The Chinese and Indian people know very well how this works. That's why they got the statues. They know.
Well, I tell you this much. I tell you this much. The infrastructure in China City, I've got to give it to them. Like, whoa, yo, I just learned about the maglev train, where this train goes 270 miles an hour and it lifts off the ground like it's a UFO, and it's the fastest train. Like, whoa.
Well, no, I was saying in terms of like for us, right? Example. This is a prime example. I'll leave it this. I don't want to run my mouth out there. When you go to a Chinese store or a Chinese restaurant, what do you see?
Dragons.
Yeah.
You see dragons. You see Lucky Charms. You see Buddha. You see a statue of another entity. They have money. you see an ancestor altar. When you go to an Indian restaurant, what do you see? You see Ganesh, you see Lakshmi, you see Shiva, you see whatever entity they work with at that time. You also see an altar for the ancestors with money and the deity for it. That's what I was saying. The key point is when I was saying that people have a connection to their continent, they also have a connection to their spiritual traditions to protect them and give them success. The difference is the Black people, we don't know that. Now, what we do know is that a lot of people are Native American, indigenous, so they go back to try to learn, different shamanism and things, but they do not have your spiritual. You have your guides, but you need your ancestors and your spiritual team to be activated. Yeah, you have ancestors, but some of our ancestors didn't live right. So they may be in other dimensions and they may not be where they. A lot of our ancestors are still trying to gather the light to move out of their realm to either reincarnate or move to a higher dimension. This is where it comes from, karma and dharma, right?
Right.
So the thing about that is they're there, but if you don't have an ancestor altar, you're not giving them food, you're not giving them light, you're not evolving them, then your ancestors can only do so much because they're still trying to get their shit together. Which is why they tell you on the spiritual spectrum, that's what the whole thing of the spiritual spectrum is about, right? So the whole point is you start with the basis. The basis is you open your chakras slowly, right? You learn how to meditate so you can clear your mind and be able to let the divine speak to you. Then you get to a certain level where you do either mudras, right, which is the yoga of the fingers, yoga, because yoga builds the God body, Kujikiri, which is the 9 cutting fingers from Shintoism. So in Naruto, when they be sitting there doing all these locks and Dragon Balls, these are real things. This is how they build their energetic spiritual body, right? This is how they're doing what they're doing. This is what they really don't want us to do. They do not want us as Black people to learn how to build our spiritual bodies and energies and therefore change our minds. And they don't want us to know that. This is why, if you go look at it, Tai Chi, Qigong, Nikon, martial arts, acrobatics, medicine, it's all about learning to manipulate the meridians and the chakras and the dantian and the life force within your body. This is why the Asians and Tibetan people, that's why they live so long. It's not just because of what they eat. They activate and they exercise their energetic body. We don't do that. But the funny thing is, we have the most potential because, as we know, most Black people, what they say, Black don't crack. So our vital energy is extremely high, but we don't energetically work it out, right? That's why, if you notice with them, they're not, you'll see an Asian dude built like a roly-poly. But when you actually try to push him, if he's been doing energetic practices, he's so strong internally you can't. And that's what they don't want us to really know. Yeah, they want you to go learn the little white girl yoga right there, but they don't want you to learn Hatha yoga. They don't want you to learn Kundalini yoga. They don't want you to do the things that would really activate what we call the active art, I would call it the avatar program, to where you really spiritually develop. Example, and there's a book called The Rainbow Body Resurrection. And it talks about this dude named Francis Coppola, Francis Tito's or something. He's a Catholic priest that went over to Asia to study the phenomenon of the rainbow body. So basically they would do mantras and mudras, and they would get to a level to when they died, a rainbow would come out, or they would shrink and it would be teeth and skin. And they would get to such a spiritual level that they turned it to pure light. This is what the whole thing of the Bible is supposed to be about, right? If you go into the Bible, it talks to you about transformation, right? Different Sufis, Tibetan monks, alchemists, sorcerers, they all call it a different body. That's the whole reason and point of spirituality, to build your light body or whatever body to get out of here. That's what they really don't want our people to know. And to prove that, there's a dude named Gene Savoy, he's the guy that they base Indiana Jones off of. He went to Peru and he was going to find all these solar sun gazer techniques. And he talks about all these different cities, and he learned about the Incas and all the different societies, how they were so heavy in solar worship, right? And due to solar worship, they would develop the light body. If you notice with Jesus, after he left that church at 13, they didn't come back till 33. But where was he at? Them 33, in between them years. He went across to all the different regions to learn these different spiritual things to activate his light body, right? This is kind of like a metaphor or a parable. right? Because that's what alchemy is about. Transforming lead to gold, transforming your current soul to a light body, right?
Now, let me interject. Let me interject, right?
Go ahead.
Because yeah, and I feel these ancient practices to build all of that up, right? But I don't think if Santana, have you practiced any of these ancient things to awaken your gift of sight, for an example?
I was honestly, I was kind of born with it. I was born with it. I meditate, but shit. To be honest, I haven't meditated in years. I'm living a crazy ass existence where I don't have any free time in my head.
Yeah, yeah.
But for the most part, in particular, it's something with the eyes with me.
Yeah.
People activate me. When I look into a person's eyes, I have an understanding about who they are, who they really are. When I talk to a person, I look at a person, and our spirits connect when I look at people's eyes. And it's I thought that everybody felt the same way and had the same type of problems, but for me, looking into a person's eyes is terrifying. Working for the Department of Justice for 13 years, doing the eye exams for the prisoners, I've looked into easily 300,000 different people's eyes directly into their eyes. And it's I swear to God, it's terrifying what people have behind their eyes. So I think that experience has kind of changed me, because you connect on a person on a different level when you look them in their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the artwork talks to me. So I don't know if there's something that I harnessed, but it talks to me. So I don't know if I harnessed that on my own, or I can't say. But honestly, I'm the same person I was when I was 14 years old. The only thing that's changed about me is I look older, but I'm the same exact person. I haven't changed a bit.
And I think that's key. That's so important. That is, like, you kept your childlike self with you. You're very comical. This is why I think you got so much jokes. You keep that childlike. You've always, and you've never separated that childlike person from you. So whenever you're looking into someone's eyes, you have this childlike energy, this innocence about you that you can just pick up on anything.
Yeah,
but
when I look, to me, look into somebody's eyes is as intimate as kissing somebody in the mouth.
Mm.
You know, and
I think it's more.
I mean, for me, it's very intimate. Like, we don't see each other. Humanity problem with each other is we aren't looking at each other. And if people took time, in my opinion, to just take a second to look at another person, and I mean look at them, you will see that somebody's having a bad day. You know, we look past one another in day-to-day meetings and interactions and don't see that we're hurting. And we become numb to the pain of others for these things that we're trying to hold on to that mean absolutely nothing. So we're not seeing each other. And when we don't see each other, it limits the opportunity to see yourself in another person.
Facts.
You know, our relationships that we develop with people is because we have these things that you see a part of you in them that attracted you to their energy or their life force. But we aren't looking at each other, and we are choosing a physical over a spiritual. And like literally, if given the opportunity If you tell me that someone's going to hurt a child, or I have to give up my house, I don't even have a fucking question. Take the house, take my car, take everything. But people are so stuck on this physical things that they put things over people. And when you look in a person's eyes, and I mean look at a person, you'll become a gentler person, because people, you know how people scream at you with their eyes, and they smile at you with their eyes, and they cry with their eyes. Before there's a smile, before there's a tear, your eyes is first. Our eyes are important. That's why right now 75% of the planet needs glasses, done purposely, because we need to be able to see in order to manifest. So our vision is fucked with on purpose. If we can't see it, it's hard for us to manifest it. That's why it's so important for us to be able to see. But if you can't see that you're talking to a God when you're talking to your brother, your sister, your neighbor, you don't know that that's a God trying to find themselves. We've lost ourselves, and we don't even look at each other. You know what I mean? And people don't understand how important that is, and how our frequencies is being lower because of the simple art of looking at one another. So for me, it was just a gift, a curse.
You was born with it. You was basically born with it. That's and look, Shango, and I tell you this: there's a man that I don't know how this went under the conscious community. It went totally under, right? There was a man by the name of Ra-Un Neter, right? Profound, and he gives you and all of us, and I'm going to give it to you, right? The 3 levels to your soul. Level 1, our brain has all animal parts. It's all animal parts. And we have the reptile stem brain, which only means one thing, that in the law of duality, you are connected to Mother Nature. So there is an animal in nature that is connected to you. This is where the establishment calls it the ego. No. It's not the ego. This is the animal that you're connected to. So level 1 is to identify this animal you're connected to. Level 2 is now to merge with this animal. So now once you merge with this animal, you will be able to control the animal within you. Completing this task will free some of your ancestral bloodline members, right? And then the 3rd level, they call this the Asar level. This is where you merge the left brain and right brain comes and merges into one. In essence, you're able to bring spirit world and real world together. This will make you officially a god, right? Now, what else will help you along this journey? In the Bible, and all the pastors and preachers, right, will always talk about the 7 deadly sins and but no one has talked about the 7 heavenly virtues. Patience is a virtue. We've heard that saying. So once you complete those 7 and you master those 7, you will free your whole ancestry bloodline here. That grants you stupid, dumb protection. And ain't no practitioner, ain't no voodoo priest, or no doo-doo anything can ever touch you. And then that last step is to open that door. And remember, you're only dealing with 0.1% of reality here, right? Is what we're experiencing. When we dream, That's when the 90s something kicks in. And this is what our problem is as a whole. We lack esoteric and spiritual knowledge. That's it. And so I've got a big plans coming up, right? And I like to call it Operation Cleanup, right? Before I can clean up everything, I got to clean up my own little mess I got going here with my bloodline going on, right? There is some foul, strange, dirty things going on where I don't like the witchcraft and sorcery. I don't like that at all. That's it's almost like you're cheating. You know what I'm saying? You're very cheating with that. And plus, once you awaken that God, that God particle, your higher self, which is God, right? You came down here. He sent a piece. Your higher self sent a piece down here, right, into the prison, which is the prison, right? Split itself up in 7 different pieces, right? The 7 versions of you, right? But once you link up with your higher self, I cannot even explain or use even my imagination the power one of us will have. I can't even get really. It's far beyond X-Men superheroes here. It's far beyond. It's far beyond. And let's not take this off the table. The power of thought. Thought moves faster than the speed of light here. That thought, and it's always that first thought you have, is your higher self communicating with you. Where Santana has the video and he's talking about the communication, and it's every time that first thought that enters your mind, no matter what situation you're in, what subject you're talking about, it's always that first thought. That's your higher self speaking to you. And it's very important that, because I don't know where the law of attraction came from, right? I do know about the law of cause and effect, though, right? And I think that was you can attract things, but you got to know the cause and effects of this. You got to know your intentions. Your thoughts are things, hence the Pharaoh thought, right? Who scribed.
So,
yes.
Do you know that the indigenous people don't talk about gods?
Absolutely.
So this is my thing. All right. I feel like that's a part of the seduction with these religions. Because I get what you're saying. We need to tap into ourselves and be able to bring that frequency, which I do believe. Their whole position was that they channel through their ancestors and get guidance, and they provide for the earth and the earth provides for them, and so on. It's much more elaborate. That's just a very base level understanding of it. So I feel like they've distracted us with the magic. And not to say that the magic is not real, but they've distracted us with a false idea of what the magic really is. And I've been trying to really dig deeper into how things were before terms like God, Christ, all of those things were taking place. Because that was going on for a very long time. And it was people, they had a beautiful life. You know, it wasn't until somebody showed up to their door and said, y'all living like savages, let's show y'all how to live. You know, and they're the ones that introduced an aspect of like what you're talking about into this programming. So I've been really wrestling with this thing because I've been really trying to look at things honestly. because I feel like that's the only way to get any real answers.
And gentlemen, let me just say that I truly appreciate the conversation.
Oh no, it's a great conversation. Yeah,
I truly appreciate the conversation because this is how we get smarter.
100%.
Yeah.
This is how we get smarter. Brother Carlel, first off, I don't appreciate you taking that name because I'm Superman.
You can have it. Man.
I am thoroughly impressed with your information, especially at such a young, tender age of 33, man. You know, I gotta later I want to have some other conversations with you just because
No problem.
yeah.
I can't really hear you, Shango.
I said no problem. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was telling me about you, and she was like, she was just telling me you're a very intelligent guy, and you get on here talking, it's like you're beyond that. Like I'm thoroughly impressed. And T, we've been going back and forth for months now.
Yeah.
And you bring so much. And here's some corny shit. We gotta love each other.
And that's what the indigenous people live by.
We
So
gotta love each
I'm
other,
glad
man.
I'm glad you brought it back to that.
Yeah. Hey, because you know love.
It's the strongest.
It's
Yeah.
the strongest. And
We gotta
especially when you have unconditional. Oh, you're untouchable now at this point.
Well, I'm not there yet.
You know, but with everything, and here's another problem we're having. You know, because I can go deeper into to the spirituality thing. This is my thing, right?
Mhm.
Is that and I'll use movies too. I'll use a movie with you too, Shango. Right? Is that purpose? Purpose is very vital.
100%.
Right? So when you came here, and break it down, when you came here, right, your higher self basically signed a contract that you will do such and such and such, and you're going to do such and such and such, and then blah, blah, blah. Now, purpose. If you're doing your higher self's purpose, even death respects, has to honor purpose. If you come here and you're doing what you're supposed to do. Most people want to do whatever they want. No. It's the other way around. You have to do what your soul wants you to do.
So how do I know that's true? How do I know?
Once you do that, right? Once you do that, because now you're going into your purpose. And this is one thing that we're missing in our society here, right? And I use the movie. I use one of my favorites, Harry Potter, right? And when Harry Potter Part 1 was going into the school for the first time, right? And he sat down, and then there was the hat. He put the hat on, right? Right? He put the hat on, right? And then as he was sitting there, what was the hat doing? The hat was scanning his brain, scanning his talents, scanning his everything. And then he sat there, he was like, oh no, I don't want to go Slytherin. I don't want to go to Slytherin. And then the hat said, you'd be great, you have something inside of you that could awaken, and you're magnificent. And he was like, no. I want to go Gryffindor. He says, okay, fine. Gryffindor it is. See, when you don't do your purpose, right? This is when you cash out. You go, So your higher self says, you're doing way too wrong. I gotta come on.
No,
it's very important.
I know you're telling the truth. I died twice last year. Literally.
Oh yeah.
Twice. And I just woke back up.
Yeah.
With vomit and shit on me somewhere else where I wasn't supposed to be, So I know it to be fact. And I'm gonna tell you something. I know for a fact that what is trying to be put onto humanity is not going to work. And looking at the circumstances, the different battles that we're fighting, whether it's economic, whether it's transgender, whether it's viruses, whether it's reparations, whether any distractions. My mind is fucked up where it's so clouded to see through all of it. I only saw the end. I only saw the end. I know how it turns out, but the space in between, you dig? That space in between.
Yeah.
Listen, next time we need to get Bra Hugh on here as well. This brother here is dropping some serious
he can get in here
jewels
now if he wants
in
to.
the chat. This brother here.
Do you want to jump in?
And I don't even like these
I'll
things.
drop the link.
I don't like these things. I don't like being on it but so long. Ariel will let you know that I don't like I hate doing social media. I can't stand it. But it's part of my job. Like I hate this shit. I used to be a private rich man. And now I'm a public financially poor man. But I know the things that you're saying are true. And I know that love is the answer. But what can happen to make us, and I don't just talking about these folks who got this chocolatey copper colored skin. Can you dig it? What can happen that can make people just start loving each other again?
I'm gonna tell you one thing that can make people start loving each other. There's two things. One, we have to recognize everyone's divinity. That's one. Like we're actually looking at a reflection, and I will add to Shango. If you're 33, man, that's impressive, brother.
Man, listen,
you have a plethora full of knowledge here. By the way, you just hit everything like that, like, bruh, like you know what I was doing at 33? Shit, nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
let me just go ahead and toot my horn because listen, what I do when I go on Twitter, because I don't even fucking like Twitter, but when I find certain people, I instantly be like, hey, we need to talk. Because that's what we supposed to do. Like, I don't see that light in everybody. In fact, I don't see that light in many people on Twitter, to be perfectly honest. Like, I mean, honestly, it's tricky being on Twitter.
Especially if you know Twitter is a public toilet.
It is. And everybody just write whatever ridiculous shit that they want to say. And everybody, you know, MAGA, Elon. I mean, that's the reality on Twitter. But every once in a while, you find a person that's doing the same thing I'm doing, and it's like, all right, well, what the fuck are the masses saying? Because that's my reason. Like, Shango, I don't know what brought you onto Twitter, but like, that's what did it for me. Like, what is everybody saying? And when I got on Twitter and I was listening to the conversations, I got to tell you, it really took me back, and I really realized that, like, man, we got to really come up with a better plan, because the whole idea of this great awakening is not happening.
It's already happened, but they had to shoot us to lower our frequency.
But what I'm saying is, if you go on Twitter, the great awakening that they talking about is not the shit that we talking about. And I'm saying that out of all of the thousands of millions of people on Twitter, I only talk to maybe 3. Oh, I'm just saying, like, this is some real shit. Like, Shango, how many people do you interact with outside of Twitter that are on your level?
Well, I don't really try to look at it as level. I mean,
okay,
but let me explain it. Like, the last 6 years, you know, it's just been a lot of
someone you can have a conversation with.
But like, I mean, it's not going to be that many, because people don't want to know about higher knowledge.
Because they don't want to see each other. That's the whole problem with Twitter is
Mhm.
Nobody wants to see each other. Nobody wants to hear each other. You got a bunch of people who are into politics because they're all selfish assholes. I mean, that's what's on Twitter. I mean, like everybody it's just all for self-interest. They all come together and it's like some fake humble shit that you're witnessing. Like it's like, yeah, we're all in this together. And it's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. Like y'all teaming up, y'all coming together, and y'all got y'all ideals in order for some shit that's gonna only work for y'all. And you know, if you get some support from other ethnicities, great. But
fuck 'em.
fuck you. Yeah, exactly. Like you
And that's what's crazy. So, go
yeah.
ahead, sorry.
So this is the reality that we live. Like, if you really want to know what's going on, I swear to whatever you believe in, go on fucking Twitter. Like, I'm serious. You're going to get a real rude awakening. And this whole thing that they're captioning all over the place about this great awakening, I swear to whatever you believe in, it is not what you are thinking. It is not.
Facts.
Look at the
Facts.
conscious community on fucking YouTube. That's not the awakening that we are waiting for. Come on, look at these buffoons.
Yes, insulting.
Right.
Everywhere that it's supposed to be this great awakening, it's like, no, the fuck it's not.
Well,
No, it's not. We're in trouble.
well,
I can tell you this. I can tell you
that
this much. I
a
can tell
lot
you
of
this
that
much.
kind of comes down to the like, it's like, and I'll let you go. I mean, people have mixed free spirited and spirituality. So like you just see the blend. Like that's why I say that it's people saying they go off of the whole doctrine is do as thy will. But they don't know that the whole thing is do as thy will is the whole law, but the law is love. Love is the only law. Like, and that's where it comes down to what he was saying. So it's about love. Like you're supposed to do what you're doing in the merit of love, either for what you believe in or who you love, right? People are not really doing that. They're just,
No.
well, I want to have I just want to experience. And it's like, well, experiences are illusion to a degree. So it's like they're okay with going in the circle. Everybody's just going in the circle. They talk about the same stuff. It's like, oh yeah, money, Trump, political, the situation, the response to the situation. It's like, but y'all going in the circle though. But what about the main important part? Have y'all, if you see a homeless person, how do you respond? If you see somebody crying in regular life, how do you respond? If you see people going through stuff, how do you respond? Most people, if you was on fire, they wouldn't piss on you.
Yeah,
Sadly.
no.
And see, that's the problem. That's another problem that I'm seeing. Like, we mentioned the love, right? But there's this one here. Everyone needs to know the truth about everything. We don't need people coming up with these equations like 5 + 2 = 4. No, this is where everyone's off page here, right? I can't even, it's hard for me to even stomach right now that people don't even know that there's a divine being here, a creator of all things. Like, it blows my mind that people don't know that there's a divine being. Like when I'm looking at the witches and warlocks and practitioners, like how are you praying to these weird entities and devilish beings and not acknowledge a divine being? And how do you get connected to the divine being? Shut these two eyes. This is the fake, what we're seeing. This is the fake world, right? This is the illusionary world. Go inside. Shut your eyes. I'm not saying don't forget anything in this world, right? Because we're here to fix it. I think this is the only reason why. I think this is the only reason why all three of us are having this conversation. 4 of us are having this conversation. Because somewhere we want change. And Dick Gregory said something, man, and it hit me really hard. It's like See, when you came here pure, unscathed,
Perfect.
untouched. You didn't know about color. You didn't know about money. You didn't know about all this thing. You know, and so it's very important to keep that with you along with your journey. You know what I'm saying? Even though that we're going through a serious matters here, very serious. It's very serious. But I advise everyone, right? Continue to play, right? Because, you know, laughter will fend off some negative shit going on here.
Oh, yes,
right?
great.
Right? To stay happy, right? Stay loving.
That's why they're keeping us at a low frequency, because they know what this thing really looks like when everybody is able to eat, when everybody is able to take care of their family. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what your race is, what your religion, whatever, everybody wants the same thing. Everybody wants to be able to eat and take care of their family and live some type of, you know, decent life where they can go about, take care, you know, have some fun, go dancing, like all the human experiences. That's all everybody really wants to do. Like, you know, it's not that many actual individuals that just want to murder somebody. Like, all of them are typically just hired by the government, and they get to make a bunch of movies about them and TV series all throughout life and make a bunch of money off of it. But naturally, I truly believe that humans in general are typically kind, and they want the same thing. But because this system has created these time periods where there has been superior races that were able to indulge in certain lifestyles, you know, it's created vendettas, it's created poverty, it's created death, it's created hate, you know. And the biggest pill that people are going to have to, that Black people are going to have to swallow, is they're going to have to forgive. And the forgiving isn't even for the other person, it's for yourself, so you can be free.
Facts.
So you can move on.
Facts.
But, you know, that's a big pill to swallow, especially for, let's just say, a Black man in America. Y'all have had a real shitty experience at some time period, you know. And for you to just have to just throw all of that experience away to move forward, and you clearing a like that takes a lot. But it's possible, it can be done, but that's the only way. Like the system is literally counting on Black people to want to seek vengeance on white people for all the shit that's happened through history. Like, they're counting on it, because you got a bunch of them that's like waiting for the day that they could put a white person in a cage. It's crazy, but the shit is true. Like, I'm hearing shit that's being said in Twitter spaces. It's like, y'all, are y'all fucking serious? Like, why are y'all saying this shit on airwaves? Like, first of all, it's obscene and it's just crazy. But secondly, you're gonna get your ass locked up. But it's that, like, that kind of talk happens, and it's really in people's psyche. And it's because they're a product of their environment. I'm not saying it's okay, but those experiences happen. Those experiences made an imprint. So everybody's got to unplug and detach from childhood traumas. They gotta find a way to break free of the trauma. The reason why all of this shit has entered into all of our life is because the only way it can happen is by way of trauma. And they did a great job implementing the most fucked up traumas that could happen to people, especially kids. I mean, look what they're doing. You know, what do you think those kids are going to grow up and be like? So I'm gonna tell you something. I don't feel that we should be taking part in this whole political system. And I know that, you know, and I hear you, Shango. It's like, yeah, but I mean, we here, and you know, you got to do this, and it's like, yeah, but maybe you don't. Maybe you don't, because the thing about it is, it's like, all of the things that's wrong and all of the things that we need have actually been fixed. Like we got the dude Moses West, who got clean water for everybody. Like instead of liquor stores on every corner, those machines could be on every corner. We could have fucking clean water. We got a situation where it ain't even just one person making these free energy devices for things to run free on electronics. Like we got tons of people. You got the dude in Africa, Zimbabwe, Maxwell Chuku. I'm gonna jack his last name up. I'm not
Childress. I think his name is Children or something like that.
It's like Chimbuktu or something like that. I'm a jack it. I jacked it up, but it's something like that. But you got so much shit out here. You got Santana, who has created a situation where people don't have to go blind. People can afford eyeglasses now. People can get access to eyeglasses now. So that means that people can now go work and do whatever they want to do. And I don't mean go work and go work a job. I mean, like you can see, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. It's a career. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do. The sky's the limit. But we have a situation where we keep counting on these systems to do everything. We don't support each other when we are trying to do anything. Like everybody on the fucking internet should be talking about the dude. And listen, and I'm saying this, and my husband created something, but I'm saying even before the eyes, which is extremely important, we need clean water. Why don't the whole world know about Moses West, man? That's fucking
that's crazy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Crazy. Like, yo, and to help to build with you. I feel you. That's all I've been hearing brothers talk about is revenge. And all I'm gonna say is like I've been dousing myself in ancient wisdom and philosophies. And when it comes down to revenge, it says for people that want revenge, be prepared to dig 2 graves.
Right.
And I said, yeah, that sounds so right. And for all of my, because the indigenous brothers, you know, the young brothers, that they got that fire, that passion, and they're like, yeah, we need to put them do what they did to us. I'm like, so let's get this straight. Let's get this straight. Do you understand what it means? What's going to happen to you if you kill a man? Do you know the ramifications of that? Where a spirit that you just killed is going to be binded to you. Nightmares, the whole 9. So to go that route, we're going to stain our spirit and soul even more. So that is not an answer for me.
Listen, look at the bloodlines of the people whose bloodlines participated in it. You know, people are talking about crack and all this other stuff, but the white community has been dealing with their children being strung out on pharmaceutical medicines forever. Why do you think that is? Because it's generational curses. Those kids get born from that bloodline and they have to deal with the ramifications of the shit that's been going on. So listen, that's why I was saying, like, the white people had a trick played on their ass too.
And that's the key. That's the key. That's the key. Like, if you was born into it, you still have a choice to make.
100%.
My friend and I, we make fun of it, right? But, you know, I've had major things happen, like consecutively. Like, I don't look like it. You know what I'm saying? But shit has happened. And the thing that we always said was, all right, what you gonna do? You're gonna douse yourself in depression and blame the world and throw your anger at everyone, or you're going to respond back with something positive. Like, which one are you gonna choose? You're gonna go this way. You're gonna go this way. You're gonna continue going straight. What are you gonna do? You know, as the ancient Chinese philosophy would say, hey, when you're depressed, that means you've been thinking about the past.
Mm-hmm.
When you're thinking about the future, This is where you're getting anxiety and anxious. But if you're living in the moment, the now, you should be at peace.
Right.
Right. And then I do thank the Creator, you know, saying the Most High, for even, you know, having all of us on this conversation, because this is something that we need to talk about. You know, how are we going to? I've almost asking my brain computer this, like, how are we going to fix this? What is the how? You know, and then I keep asking how, not why so much, and all the W's. I ask the how, and then it's funny how all of these computer words start entering our language here. You know, like ideas now is download. So I'm asking how, and then all of a sudden I get the idea or I get the download. Oh, that's how. Hey, preach the truth, talk the truth, walk and talk in the truth. I think this is why we're all here. This is why we're still here, breathing, so we can tell. Because Shango, I think I think you're a calling for you. That might be a very good purpose.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know a lot.
actually interested to know what Shango's idea, or because I know you done find all this shit that you know you done thought about how it can be fixed and what that would look like. What are your thoughts?
Huh.
Y'all probably not gonna like it, but war.
War. So let me ask you this. No, I feel like that's the honest answer.
But war against who?
Yeah, right. But who's the war for?
I mean, so here's the thing, right? The ancients talk a lot about, you know, love and loving each other and whatnot. But they also talking about defending yourself, right? If things are in a certain predicament. At this point in time, this is deeper in my perception, little perception, than just about the colonizer or, you know, all that.
100%.
This is about our planet is overran by energies that do a lot more than what people know.
Yep.
Even if everybody was to just, you know, shoot out love beams like Captain Planet, the reality of it is you still have to deal with the response of that. Because if we were to do that, right? Example, the minute that we go on the corners preaching love and there's a response to that, they have agencies that respond to that, right? Yep. And so when, you know, that agency comes up and they putting in their work, you know, and you're gonna be like Malcolm X and smile before they shoot you to the next round. And that's not to be the scared part, but it's like the only thing that's going to change something in this world going forward for these children is extreme measures. Because, I mean, unless if it was a Jesus situation, then I could understand, because it's like, all right, you're doing what you're doing. Somebody gonna come back. They're gonna help as a whole. Things that you can't do. If it's a us situation, well, if there's an environmental disaster that wipes out all of those beings and entities, right, then we would start over. But what would we probably try to replace it with? Because at first, there's the trauma of everything that we've dealt. Most people would be cool with goodness for, you know, 3 or 4 days, but they're kind of going to go back to the energies that they're used to. That's why I'm like, well, there has to be something drastic, something extreme, something that will leave a mark on everyone from that day forward after, to where they can no longer deny that, hey, it's change or death. I know that's extreme, but think about how human beings work. Like, they either change through repetition, traumatic or dramatic situations, or programming.
So are you saying that this war is just for America?
This would be for the world.
That's what I'm thinking. Like this, you're talking about a quite elaborate war. So what would that actually like? What kind of war would that look like? Because I gotta tell you, the thing that I always talk about is how unsophisticated war is. It hasn't evolved at all. We're still going, you know, literally doing it by land, and it's absurd that, you know, we believe that these people are so amazing, but like we're still fighting in wars the same exact way. So
Well,
like,
well, without I mean, let's be honest. What they show us is a play. It's a movie. We haven't had a real physical ground shoot 'em up war in a while. They don't really do those type of wars.
what do you say was the last we had for the world?
Maybe Vietnam, Korean, maybe was it the Desert War
Vietnam?
back in the 90s, maybe around those times. Because the type of technology these militaries have, if they really have a problem with each other, they're not sending ground troops. We saw that back in 1945. If they really had a problem with another country, we're not sending no troops. We're sending one plane, one missile, and leave it at that. If it was really just, we really got a problem with you. Right? And they have countless other technologies. We hear about them all the time. HARP, weather weapons. It's many other things that.
I mean, they did Agent Orange in Vietnam. So I mean, I know that they go by biological warfare.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, the truth is, the war that they have, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, this is my perception, I could be wrong. The war is the governments against the people.
Yeah, it is.
And like, so at this point in time, they've already cast the first stone of their warfare. They've affected 100%. Our water. They've affected our air. They've affected our food. They've attacked our children. They've attacked the family system. They've went after everything that if you were using the Art of War strategy book, they've done it, right? Most people are afraid because the first rule is get rid of your enemy before your enemy knows he's an enemy. So that first rule, subconsciously, that's what comes down to. A dude will fight you before he fight the cops, even though it's more of us than them. So I'm not saying that it's over. It's a doom and gloom situation. It's just that we do live in a universal law system, right? Love is the answer, but you also have to be willing to do the duality part of love. You have to be positive for love, but you also have to be willing to fight for love.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of where we're at the point. Like, even Buddhist monks, they practice martial arts. They some of the most peaceful people on the planet. But if you charge them up, they're gonna whoop your ass. So that's just the way I kind of see it. Could be wrong. Maybe it's the youth or whatever, but I just feel like this is something I felt like as a child. I've always felt like, there was, in order for things to change, there was going to have to be an extreme war. Because growing up, it's the same energy. Like, that energy is this. You have the people who want to love and change the world. You have the people that are stuck in the reality and the negative part, right? They're either or. Ever so often you have people in the middle, but then those people in the middle kind of have to change. They kind of have to choose eventually. So the whole thing about it is we've done the positive thing, right?
Yeah.
Even when they talk about the Hopi prophecy, they never said it wasn't going to be no war before it was all love. They never said that it was just going to be everybody was just all kumbaya, came together. And I'm not talking about war like every race. I'm talking about you versus the people that are controlling shit. Fight. Look, best example, right? When they reset and all that stuff, that's extreme, but that's what would work in our physical realm. Now, if you add all the other stuff to it, like, unless we have something that drastically changes the playing field, I don't see a way outside of it of fighting.
Are you gonna vote for Trump?
No. No. They're fighting. They're fighting because they want some get back. I'm talking about people having an understanding of people coming together and saying, look, they have initiated every proclamation of war.
It's true.
So the question is, what are we going to do? We know that going outside there and turning the other cheek didn't work.
Nope.
We know that politics don't work.
Nope.
We know that religion doesn't work.
Nope.
We know that geoengineering, we know that science doesn't work. So then what are we going to do? Because unless extraterrestrials come and even the playing field, Sky Daddy come with thunderbolts, or there's a huge environmental situation that there's a Thanos snap and 50% of the people change, 50% of the people are gone from this realm, and so we come together because we realize all of our, problems is just like you said, a search for love and the pain and trauma. It would have to be something extreme. The world only learns from extreme situations. In each of our lives, we only learned when something crazy happened.
So let me ask you. So what do you think? Do you think that civilians could get the military to align with them? Because that's the only way we will be able to do it.
I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, the civilians have to understand that the military has signed the oath, and they're pretty much
they answer to the commander in chief.
Yeah, and not only that, we wouldn't just have to war against humans; we'd have to war against robots, and therefore after too. So this war would be something of a movie. But at this point in time, people have called me extremist and crazy, but I'm just like, okay, well, give me a better option.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I'm asking. Shit, I'm asking because it's just like shit. Because no way that I think that anything makes sense anymore. Nothing makes sense.
What we were taught was education and politics. We know that was the thing that saved niggas from going crazy. That's gone now. We know that we just had Obama in there and their little dream faded away. And then right after we had the little dream and it faded away, they gave probably the most racist president of all time as a reminder. Oh no, you still a nigga. And you gonna see, we're gonna make America great on you niggas too. So that was a direct response. And guess what? They called him, Donald Trump, one of the greatest presidents ever because financially.
Yep.
And now the niggas done forgot all the stuff. Hey man, when Trump was in, my PPP loan. So it's like, all right, well, it's not going to be political and education. And yes, I would love to say that love can solve everything, but we also got to be real.
I say the only thing that can save us all, right? And because we're going to have all hands on deck here. And if everyone can stand on truth, it's the only way, because I don't see any other way. Frances Cress Welsing, she studied racism, and then she went over to Germany and asked the Germans, like, what were you doing when the Nazis was running amok? And then the answer messed me up 15 years ago, right? The answer was, the Germans said, what the hell are you talking about? I got mortgage, I got rent, I got kids to raise, I got this and that, and woo. I ain't got time for that. And so when I heard that, it's just like, holy shit, we're repeating history again right now.
Is that the same thing we said earlier? Like the niggas?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So continue. I'm sorry.
Right. And so the only way to break the chain, everyone got to stand on truth and truth only. You've got to know where you're at. You got to know your environment. You got to know what they've done. You've got to know. You got to forgive it. I forgive it all the way through, but I'm not going to forget nothing. That's key. Let's not forget anything, right? Let's forgive and let's move on, because now we got to figure out how, right? And for me, the standpoint I'm at, violence is not the answer. I don't want anyone. I don't want any brother, any white man, any Chinese man, whatever you want to label yourself as. I don't want that on your soul. That has ramifications. So if we're going to do this,
it does if it's done in a certain merit, right? I'm not telling nobody to go do anything. But also,
right.
I'm not telling nobody to do anything. I will never.
I know. I feel you. In self-defense, you're free. You're free to do whatever you want.
When we're already in self-defense mode, it's like we're 30 years late of knowing. Oh yeah, put your hands up. Oh no, you've been knocked out. You in the stretcher. You in the emergency. When people awaken and find out what's happening, you're in the emergency room. They've already punched you. What is your response?
Yeah.
So most people, if you watch Bobby Hemmett, remember when Bobby said, "Yeah, when I found out I wanted to help all my people," yeah, and then he's like, "Yeah, I found out you ain't supposed to help these niggas," because okay, now we're at that point. We are in 2023. We just had one of the biggest situations ever happened in the world, stopped everything. Now, before that, we already know what they was doing. So the response is this, right? Like I said, we either have a Messiah, Jesus figure come back and do something. Extraterrestrials, this is what it sounds like. Extraterrestrials
that's real shit though. This is real
right?
shit.
And it could be two things. Extraterrestrials come and humanity bands together to fight something outside of themselves.
That's Ronald Reagan.
Right. There you go. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Or humanity, they come and they give humanity the grounds for evolution or something like that. Or we decide that since ain't nobody else gonna give the salvation, we burn this shit to the ground and start over. However that means, because at the end of the day, that's the only practical answer. Every other answer is a wish, a dream, a hope, a love, optimism. Those things don't build anything in this world. They do help make great families and help great relationships. But hope and optimism, they don't build trains. Practicalism does, right? They don't stop wars because we have so many things going on. I'm saying I love the philosophy of love and all those things, but once you have, there's just like you can have I'll say this: you can have as much love and good intention that you want, but if you go up as a man, you go to a girl and that's not what she on, you're not getting that. No matter how much love you have in you, how much light you have in you, how great your soul is, and so you learn that lesson. It's not about me. It gets to a point where it's like, I can have all this light that I want, but am I willing to do some things that I need to do? Which where we're at the point is, are you willing to die for this world to be a better place? Because if you're not willing to die, I don't know what you're gonna do.
I'm in total agreement with you, and
because that's the real love, sacrifice. Do you love the world so much? Ain't that what they talk about? Do you love your family, your friends, your community, your world so much that you will die for it? Because I know it's a superhero, but look at Batman.
No, listen,
let's look at Batman. Let's take the story.
It's just real shit. You just spit. It's just real shit.
You have a man, even though he's a privileged white man. You have a man whose parents died in front of him. Right, I'm just keeping one. You have a privileged white man whose parents died in front of him, but his response is unlike any other. He said, "You know what? I'm going to take this trauma and use it to build me. I'm going to go to every country that I could to learn as much knowledge as I can. I need to learn the criminal mind." He had to go totally into the dark side of who he was to come back to his city to protect it. Are people willing to do that? Because he's willing to die. That's what it means. You want to be loved? Like, okay, you're going to have to be a warrior of love, because if you're not willing to do that, people, see, that's the thing. People want it comfortable. They want it kumbaya. But you do kumbaya after the war. That's where everybody comes together. Look at Star Wars, right? Everybody came together in celebration after the war. But you can't be out there with your hands talking about, I love you, I just want to put I love you. You finna get killed. And that's where we're at. Ain't that what the Christians practice? Jesus, we love Jesus, we love. Guess what? Guess what? Those people that y'all supposedly love and the money y'all give and the society y'all hold up, it don't love you. And it's killing you. And you gonna see that before you see Jesus.
You know, so I have a crazy solution.
Mm-hmm.
That's
go ahead.
Yeah, I love this. I love when it gets going. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I understand 100% that being the outcome, and that being the solution, the only one that seems logical, because despite how harsh it may seem to others, what you said is 100% logical. And we base our logic on what we know and our experiences, what we see.
Mhm.
So we only have a logic up to our own experiences, and the only way we've seen change truly take place is through war and violence. And this is coming from a violent man. I'm a violent man. Um, I don't do violent acts, but we grew up in this, I'm sure, similar situation where it's life or death, and we had to protect ourselves.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
But you know what would fix things? You know what would fix things that doesn't require a war? Something less extreme, but at the same time extreme. Do you realize what would happen if everybody just walked outside?
Yeah,
It's not,
that would affect everything. Yeah.
if everybody just walked outside, we could break it without bloodshed.
You need to be naked.
We'll have to be naked. I'll go naked though. You know how I get there. I'm telling you, dig it. Like literally, like I understand it. The week that I came up with preventable blindness and the technology, 3 days later, my son was brain dead from his doctor. Severely brain damaged. I lost a person who was my son. And I was thrown all the way into this thing. So I understand that sentiment of having to, the anger of, man, I swear to God, I have a whole bunch of patents in a whole bunch of different countries. And the shit that I think about, I can't even repeat, and I have to get out of my brain because they're destructive towards the people who are killing children and poisoning children. But what I've learned through this crazy journey I've been on is that the devil don't care who wins the fight. The devil just wants to fight. The devil is like all these wars we fought, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan. You hear everybody saying, we lost the war, we lost the war. But no, the devil lost. I mean, the devil won. Humanity lost. The devil won because the devil always wants the fight. And look at our human nature. Man, if I heard there was two 10-year-olds going to the playground to fight at 3 o'clock, I'm going to get some popcorn at 2:55 because everybody loves to fight. And the devil wants to fight. We don't have to fight. And this is talking to a fighter. My whole life has been about fighting. But the devil wants to fight. And the devil wins when we fight. If we just walked outside, that's all we have to do.
But we have to do it all at the same time.
That's my whole point.
But it had to be all around the world.
But listen, you don't got to kill nobody for that.
Not at all.
Everybody can just, all of us.
That would definitely put a glitch in the matrix for sure.
Outside at the same time will break it all.
Okay.
What? We haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's never happened.
We've seen wars. We've seen sanctions. We've seen genocide by way of our medical community. We walk outside. And how do you know that's powerful? We know that's powerful because all of y'all was on punishment for 2.5 years when you couldn't come outside. Because it was power to keep us inside.
Mm-hmm.
We all like literally just say, hey, fuck it. The 5th of November, everybody walk outside. Just go outside and sit on your porch and leave your phone in the house. Everybody just walks outside. Would fix it.
And I will say something, Santana. I'm gonna tell you right now. I've got stuff written down in phases, and I tell you right now that the water is the best idea I've ever heard in 10, 15 years. Like, and since I'm a football coach and a football player, so this fight, I got this lion shirt on just to let everybody know, like, this is the rage I got. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I've calmed that down. I've tamed this beast. Now, could you imagine what would happen, right? Because since we have a problem in unification, right? We're good at everything, but unification is very hard for us. Since it's so hard for us, we have to practice first at it, like you said. And when you said that, Santana, that's a football thing here. You know what I mean? I use football and put it into life. It's a war thing. It's a war thing. Yeah, look, and I tell you, bro. Oh man, I'm telling you, the light bulbs went off. Like, do you understand that if one step, just one thing, one goal, one accomplishment, and when we accomplish that goal as a whole, do you know what that does to the psyche of every brother here? We set our mind on one goal, one thing, and we accomplished it. Free water for everyone.
Go ahead.
Free water for everyone. Worldwide.
But here's the thing, right? Like water is a wonderful thing. Like what we are talking about, and specifically, is a solution to fix humanity, to come together. All of humanity, the 8 billion people, all come together despite trauma, history, government, language, ethnicity, everything together, right? You're asking for all that to come together despite the forces and powers that are doing what they're doing, right? So you get people to the water. The world's problem isn't food, it's not water, it's drink, right? And that's a wonderful thing. I'm not downplaying that. The world's problem is, in order to get everybody on the same page of looking at somebody else as themselves, 8 billion people, that's a philosophy, right? Some people don't even have a philosophy type mindset.
True.
Right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is, yeah, you can get people to all go outside and we glitch the matrix, but now you get them to do it for an hour. There's the 23 hours of what do we do now? Not that you have to have a plan.
No, that's great question. Great question.
Not that you have to have a plan, but the response is this. Even, and I use the movies, even Avengers, right? When Thanos snapped and 50% of the people were gone, that event left everybody, like, you remember how it was, people were shaky. Like, it didn't make the world a better place, like, right? It was just kind of, because what you're asking for is for everybody, no matter what age of how long they've been through, going through something, to erase that data in their mind and start on a brand new page off of the concept of hope and love. I'm not saying it's unrealistic because I'm not a hater, but
it's tricky.
I know people, and you know that people would get extremely bored, antsy, and anxious a little bit after that. We may have that glitch, but how do we keep that going? I'm not talking about I'm not saying you gotta have a plan either. I'm just saying that we know people, and that in this world of practicalness.
And it's good, great question. And that's exactly it. I do have a plan. But the problem is this. No one wants loss. No one wants to sacrifice. And like we said, no one who's living a good situation wants to trade their good situation for a lesser situation. The vast majority of us. It's very few who are willing to sacrifice.
Yeah.
And people,
that's the whole
people
perception of hard work, right? Why people, like, most people work hard and they get a job, they're like, nah, the response is you're lazy. It's like, no, that may not be who I am.
Right.
Like, no, but you're lazy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Right. If we just, first off, we as humanity are fucked up because we aren't seeing each other. That's number one. Us going outside at the same time gives us back the power to let us know that we are in control.
Mm-hmm.
We can do something outside of this system together. So that's step one. And you don't have to pick up a gun or fight the neighborhood bully. All you need to do is that if we say at 7 o'clock, everyone at 7 o'clock around the world, go outside. If it's just on your porch. And what are we? We are nothing more than shells housing a spirit.
Most definitely.
What happens when you have all of the spirits doing the same thing at the same time for the same cause? Because we're not just telling you to go on your porch, because go on your porch ain't going to get you exercise or make you a superhero. It says go on your porch, go outside of your house for humanity. So we just do one act of walking out of our house at the same time for humanity. And all we have to do is open our eyes and see each other. The frequency energy, the frequency bomb that's generated from just all of us doing something as simple as being on one accord and going outside for a better future. Man, you break this shit simply. You break it because you've been places. You've been to you're young, but you've been to if you were at the Million Man March,
Uh-huh.
the energy that was in that area, you could cut through it with a knife. You've been to concerts, you've been to sports events where your team just won, and everybody on your side in that stadium from your city is happy that your city just won a Super Bowl or the World Series. That energy for that act that means nothing in the scheme of humanity. What energy gets produced if all of us see that we walked outside at the same time for one cause and not for sex trafficking?
Yeah, not for anything, just for the cause of a better world. Yeah.
For nothing, just to say, you know what? We all want the world to be a better place, right? That's what we say. Everyone has an idea. Get rid of the foreigners, get rid of the transgenders, put prayer back in school, start going to church. Everybody got a different objective of what's going to fix everything. So we're saying nothing polarizing, nothing that's going to cause people to have to hurt. And sacrifice is necessary. But the way I see it, all of us humanity are already sacrificing and hurting enough. Some more than others, but we are all being robbed from our true glory. All of humanity. That's what's been done for a couple hundred years.
But would you agree to a degree? I'm sorry. When you agree that to a degree, though, the thing about the philosophy in a human man in general is that man is neither all good or all bad, right? So it's like,
but the system is all bad.
Yeah, well, the system's all bad, but it's also like, let's keep it 100. As much as we hate the bad guy validates us. The bad guy gives us a purpose. He gives us a mission, right? It's just like this, right? If you remember about Dark Knight, the Joker said, hey, I didn't come out until Batman showed up. Once Batman showed up, he gave me a purpose. And I always keep going to that movie because it's super philosophical if you actually think about
Fantastic
it. Right?
Movie. Fantastic movie.
Right? What Batman showed is that, to me, that as much as they're like, we all want to love each other and we could all change the world. The reality of it is there has to be a sacrifice because that's part of the universal law. To get something, you got to give something. Some levels is higher, some levels is lower, right?
And you know what you give?
Mhm.
So
And
you know
so-
what you give?
Mhm.
We're asking humanity.
Mhm.
We're asking humanity to put down your cell phone for 1 hour.
Mhm.
Sacrifice your social media, your IG account, your TikTok for 1 hour, and all of us just walk outside.
Okay.
It's as simple as it sounds.
Mhm.
It is powerful.
No, I don't get me
And
wrong. I look, I'm buying y'all
Very
dream.
powerful.
I'm in there, man. I'm outside with the celebration
Listen,
thing. I'm with y'all. But then I
you know,
also,
just
but the
just-
thing is
So
also,
I'm just
No, think
saying-
about what he's saying. Think about what he was saying because Michael Jackson made a song
Mhm.
like that. He said, "What would happen if we all cried tonight?" Imagine if that, like what he's saying, like just go outside. But when Michael Jackson made the song, said, "What if we all cried at the same time tonight?" What
because I was wondering-
ramifications
because I
would
was wondering, yeah, because I was wondering if maybe we should do some sort of frequency or something like that when we go outside. And listen, my whole thing is this may not be a thing that just catapults in one day, but I feel like we should at least do baby steps to just see how much cooperation can we get from humanity as a whole. Because listen, war sounds, like very effective, right? But how many people do you think that you're gonna be able to get all of humanity to be down with killing people? So if we can let's see if we can at least just get them to just go outside. Then you can at least if that don't work, you can at least see that you got some soldiers.
yeah,
I mean,
but
and
literally,
that's understandable. But here's the thing about the human. I felt like this as a kid, right? The whole thing about it is we didn't get in this situation by small countermeasures. We got in this situation by an extreme situation. Now, I know, like, what do they call it? The death of 1,000, when you drop 1,000 water drops on something, and eventually, yes. So you have that. The situation we have in front of us, though, if we were going to do that, that probably would have wanted to be hundreds of years ago to by now, people would be ready. I'm not saying that the leaders are going to have everything ready. I'm saying that the measures that we have now are effective with the prophecies. Because if we go by the prophecies, in order for everything to be good, there's going to have to be drastic annihilation of a lot of people. And that goes by any text.
Or Christ.
Yes. And but even if the Christ does come, right? It's only millions of people that's going. The rest of the billions of us are going to hell. So if you roll with that, it's an L. Either way, it's an L. Either way, you're gonna lose something. Either way, it's gonna be extreme. So that's why I'm like, well, based upon the things that we've seen and that we can measure, and the things that have been told us in the past, even the Hopi prophecy, whatever, there'll be a time where the white, yellow man, red man all come together, and the children will then the rainbow children. Yeah, but until then, it's disaster.
Yes.
Until then, it's the pole shift. So it's like, yeah, even if all humans was to go outside and do exactly what you're saying, you're not stopping the environmental disasters, right? You're not. And I'm not hating. I'm just saying that.
But that's that. Let me cut you off. Then I cut
Yeah,
you off.
ahead.
Let me jump in. But we do. You understand that 3 6 is 9. Remember, Einstein said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tesla.
No.
Einstein was no genius to me. Tesla, he's a true genius. I respect him.
Okay.
But Tesla said, you understand the 3 6 and the 9, you understand reality. You understand what the nature of the 3, the 6, and the 9s are. That hurricane, that earthquake, of course, earthquakes, we have earthquake generating machines, but that earthquake, that hurricane, all of that is energy.
Hmm.
They don't produce on their own. Energy drives those. Energy, life is nothing more than an exchange of energies. For you to live, you gotta eat a fruit, take its energy for you to absorb that, for you to have sustained life. A hurricane ain't just a hurricane. It's not an accident that the hurricanes follow the exact same path as the slave trade. All of it is energy. So we give energy to these things, and we control the weather. It's not an accident in the English language. They named the word weather and your decision weather. The weather, we control the weather. You look at the ice age, the second ice age. They call it Europe's little ice age, when all of Europe got ice cold. And you're going to find the pattern that it goes in, that it coincides with them the starting of the slave trade. The same thing can be said about when the Arabs who originally started the slave trade. You'll find the routes that they took their slaves through have now become deserts. It's the weather. It's all energy. So these things do not have to take place. They're charging up this big ass weapon of fear, anger, hate, and anxiety to unleash it on us. But it's all energy, and we get to take that back. And if we went outside just 1 hour, do you understand that this system is broken from that one action? That one action. What do you think's going to happen when you go outside and see your neighbors? Everyone's outside, and you see your neighbors, even the ones you don't like, are going to be like, what's up? Because we have a common goal. Everyone who walks outside is saying that we want for the good of humanity. We have a goal in our head. We're not saying one specific thing. I'm all about protecting children. But I'm not going to go out and say, this is about the children. This is about gun laws. I'm saying that we want to change. And everyone who wants to change, go out there with that in mind. It breaks overnight. It's literally that simple. But, you know, because of this lack of haircut and this beat up version you see of me, I don't really quite get listened to. But that energy takes away from what they're trying to do at Yellowstone. It takes away from all the events. We're going to do another live, and I'm going to go through about 30 events that are happening that's been planned in the future and show you how all of them coincide by the numbers. I have a pattern that I detected and let you know. I can tell you the year they're going to kill any celebrity. I can show you the year they're going to kill them and who's responsible for the killing them. I got this algorithm that's fucking ridiculous.
Using gematria, I think. Or
nope. No, it is. Man,
no.
It is. It is.
Shango, he got
I'm
a
not
gift, Shango.
It is beyond gematria, because gematria needs something to happen first before you can see it. This here is a numerical system that we're not aware of. But I promise you, if we could just get everybody to go outside, and you know it'll be a great day. If everybody could go outside, it's too soon for it. I would say September the 11th, because you know they did that for a particular date because they worship that certain beast. But it doesn't give us enough time. If we started a campaign and said, okay, listen, everybody.
January 6th.
No, before then. We need that before then, because we need this shit to end before my birthday. As a matter of fact, hell, my birthday, it ain't all about me.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
I swear to God, gentlemen, if we could get everyone to just go outside for 1 hour at the same time, it's over. Because even though we may have different things we want, for example, better pay, less discrimination, equal rights for women, equal rights for women, these things, we all acknowledge that there is the problem. For us to want to go outside to make things better, we're acknowledging something at the same time. There's a problem. And all of us going outside at the same time, manifesting at the same time, spiritual warfare, nothing can fuck with that. And I'm just saying, we should try it. Can you dig it?
And I can dig that. I can dig that. And the reason why I can dig that, Santana and Shango, right? Because it's never been done. And in the movie Matrix, Part 1, right? Mm-hmm. And when he said this to Tiffany, she said, no one has ever done this before. He was like, I know. That's why it's going to work.
That's why it's going to work. And you know what?
Man, Santana, man, this is why. You my dog, brother. You my dog.
Yes. Listen, my favorite poet, Langston Hughes, I was a Harlem Renaissance cat, and Langston Hughes has a character that he always references in his poems, a guy named Simple. And Simple was portrayed as a country bumpkin who every time he comes up with an answer for something, it's always very simple. And he was speaking broken English to give a solution to something. And then after all of the smart intellectual people get together to have the discussion, they all end up doing exactly what he said, because the simplest answer is always the best. Just walk outside, man. I promise you, if we just walk outside, so much happens. First, we walk out because we acknowledge something's wrong. Second, we walk out because we want something better. Third, the system breaks. Like that simple, it breaks. No bloodshed. And anybody who's trying to disrupt it, ignore them. Don't let nothing break that peace. All we gotta do is go outside. That's all we gotta do. And guess what? We get to see each other. We get to see each other. And the person who is your enemy, who's outside, guess what? You know he wants something better, and he knows you want something better. Mm-hmm. So we're not enemies for this hour. All we gotta do is go outside.
Didn't they have that in World War I? Didn't they have like a peace a day where they had peace on both sides?
It was my birthday. It was my birthday, Armistice Day. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that. Nobody did that. Just walk outside. That's it. A wise man once asked a question. A wise man once said to me, it takes Hitler the same amount of steps to get to God as it does Mother Teresa. How many steps is that? 1. Just 1 step. Just 1 step. And just 1 step. And I'm not saying go to City Hall or to the police department. I'm saying just walk outside your house. Nothing hard. And if you're at work, walk outside for that hour while you're at work. See what happens. You remember getting fired? What, they're going to fire everybody? Your boss ain't going to fire you because your boss is in there with you wanting shit to get better. Just go outside. Go outside for just 1 hour. We could save all of humanity and end all this wickedness and the energy that they've generated by just walking outside. Remember when COVID was going down and everybody was in the house? But then when he went outside, you was like, wait a minute, ain't shit going on. If that lying buffoon on TV didn't tell me there was a pandemic and everybody was sick, I would know it. I wouldn't believe it existed. But just walk outside for an hour together. You fix it all. That's it. It's the simplest thing. Leave your phone in the house and we'll connect to each other just for 1 hour. You ain't got to say nothing to nobody. You ain't got to hug nobody. If you want to, cool. But just walk outside. Because that's the first step. Because that's acknowledging we want a better way and things aren't right. So when we come up with our second plan, which we will not need, we all been in line and we understand how to do it together. That separates sexuality, financial, religious. It parts all those lines. So all of us agreeing that, hey, things aren't right and we want a better way. Is there anyone on this planet who do not agree with what I just said, those sentiments? Today, we agree that things aren't right and we want a better way. So all of this fear that they're feeding off of is zapped. It's zapped. You know, Christ died on the cross, right? If you're into Christianity. But Christ didn't go and punch people in the face like I do. I've punched a many people in the face. I'm a professional face puncher. Christ's job isn't to come in and swoop in like some type of magic knight or sky daddy, as you say. Mm-hmm. The Christ's job was just to show you the way. It was to give you direction. And if you didn't follow your direction, you get what you get. So we got a situation where here's something that we can do. I think it's a beautiful message. I didn't want to say it. I wanted Ariel to say it. Because anytime I say something, people get to say, you a dumb nigga. But since I'm amongst you guys who they call y'all crazy niggas, I say, well, fuck it. Let me go ahead and say it. If you just go outside.
I don't see that.
Go outside.
I mean, you know, this is crazy. That's cool. I mean,
listen, when I was 33, I didn't have half the wisdom that you have, brother. You are. Listen, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Not to say that I'm better than you. I'm saying I'm proud of you. I am genuinely proud of you, and I'm just proud of you. There's no buts. Right. I'm proud of you.
Thank y'all.
And you came up with a solution, which is a logical solution. And
no, you know what? Here's the thing. If you had caught me when I was 11, I would have been like, I would have went exactly with your plan. Like, so when you say that, that reminds no, like that's not a slight. That reminds me. That's not, but that's not a slight at him, because honestly, that's a good thing. Like, because I sit back and I think about my life and some of the things I've been through, and I'm like, when was I the most happiest? And I was like, when did I feel the lightest? Because, you know, in Egyptian times, they talk about when you die, if your heart is not as light as a feather, then you're going to come back. Right. So I think about it, and I always remember this scene at Digimon, right, where they got rid of the Dark Masters, and everybody was just, everybody was together, and they was happy, and all the adults and all the children, they were all, and everybody was doing exactly what you said, because everybody was in unison. So when I think about spirituality, it always reminds me of that eventually. But then now it's like, well, I mean, that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's like you want that, but it's like, well, do I see that? And it's like, can I see that my mind's out in the future? Of course. It's like,
yes.
But what
the reason why you can see it is because you already saw it. Mm-hmm. You already saw it. Like I'm beyond Digimon. I'm too old for that. I mean, I wasn't doing that time a Digimon where you saw it. You saw it, and you saw it.
No, so, like you see it, but I think the thing with it now is not that I can't see it. It's just like he was saying, how would we be able to do that for people? Because like I haven't met as many people as you, but you meet people, you have real conversations, you have real interpretations, see where they're at, where you're at, things that have happened in life. And you see a common thing of, oh man, you know, they've been through something, I've been through something. And, you know, you lose friends, you lose girlfriends, you lose all that. And in my mind, when I was younger, I used to always be like, man, like, how do people grow out of each other, or why do people do the things? And then when you get older,
yes,
you go through it, and it's just
Yeah.
like, man, like you get to a point where you have to choose, like, are you gonna stick by that principle, or are you gonna worth going through pain and dying for it? And then you get to a point of you're like, well, I gotta choose myself over them situations instead of trying to be the we are the world, because when you use that, people like they don't care. I'm gonna give you an example. I had a girl I dated once, right? She was drunk. And she did no, this is no, it was no funny stuff. So she's drunk. And she told me, she's like, yeah, you treat me better than my own mother. And I said, what? She's like, you treat me better than my own mother. And I said, now mind you, she ended up breaking up with me a month later and doing the most craziest stuff, right? But from that situation, I sit back and I think, I'm like, well, anytime I've ever experienced love or whatever, it's always cost me something. Like, whether it be my parents, that's just me. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I was like, whether it's been my parents, my mother used to love me so much. Now she goes through so many things, and it's like, I don't know how to help it, even though I've tried what I could, probably not in the best of ways, but I tried. My father, I didn't really, that's not what he was about. Now he wants that from me. And it's like, well, that's not what we built. And that's not what I learned from the world. Now, I still have my heart. I still have my intentions. I still want to make the world a better place. But in my years of going around trying to distribute that, people have necessarily taken advantage of it or looked at it as a weakness. So then you sit back and you be like, well, that's not how the world operates. And it's like, I read those philosophical books and I'm like, well, in order for them to reenact that, they must have been really great people, because it's like, doing that, if the world never changed, there's nothing new under the sun. It's like, I don't know how they did it, because when you give people your heart, just your heart, no money, no intentions, no nothing. Like, I remember being 17 and there was this dude that knew my friends. So I see him out, and you know, when you out at that age, you don't know how to really socialize. You just want to be acknowledged. So I remember going up to him, like, hey man, hey, what's up? And he's like, oh, what's up? And you know, I played it off. He's like, yeah, man, da, da. And he's like, yo, where's your friends at? Like, da da da. And I remember I learned a lesson. I was like, you can't show people love like that. You have to do it on a cool level, because if you do it outright, people respond weird if they're not okay with that. You know, even with a woman, let's say it was a woman, I didn't want nothing sexually. Hey, queen, hug her. Queen, who are you trying to do that? Like, you get to a point to where it's like, well, people don't want love. I may want to give that to them the best that I can, but in me doing that, now I question what that looks like for myself. So it's not their fault. I made that choice. You got to live with it. So it's like every time, and I think that's most young people's story, but under y'all's generation, love has gotten people broken into 1,000 pieces. So when you say, hey, man, the answer is love, it's like, well, that's not what the world taught me. It's not what my mom taught me. It's not what my father taught me. It's not what my school taught me. It's not what my friends taught me. It's not what the government taught me. It's not what my jobs taught me. That's not with some of the girls that I've tried to fall in love with the most. That's not what they've taught me. You know what they have taught me? You got to be cool. You got to play games. You got to be able to read in between the lines. You got to be able to be 2 steps ahead. You got to make money. You got to have some status. you have to be everything but the intentional, genuine you. So if you learn that, if you take 1,000 slashes on your back, then after a while it's like, well, damn, that's just what that is. And like that's probably the internal battle that I have the most. Like, I'm like, I can't be like that. I'm like, but that's me. I can't be like that, but that's me. So then it's like, that's why I hear y'all. Like, I hear y'all in the perfect world.
So
Yeah.
let me tell you about that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you about that right there. Well, I learned the hard way. I am a fool. Let me tell you what a fool I am. Before I moved to Europe in 2017, and before I left, I gave away 5 cars or 7 cars, between 5 or 7 cars. I had 10 cars. For my business, I didn't want my employees. I wanted my employees to live a good life. So they had their own cars, but I didn't want them to use their cars for work. So I bought an additional car so they can come to work in their vehicle and just use one of my vehicles to do work in so they can maintain their beautiful car, their beautiful life, and X, Y, and Z. 2 years ago, in 23 years ago, I financed 13 countries with over $100,000 individually worth of optical equipment, eyeglasses, and a training for all these people. The government didn't like that very much because the government was doing their job with this pandemic. And they literally stole everything from me, took everything illegally. And that's why I was letting you know that people who think court is real and the police is real and the FBI is real don't realize they're all Masonic pledges. You understand that I buried people's mothers, a couple people's mothers, paid people's tuitions. This woman who we know, she was about to lose her house and we saved her house for, we gave and gave and gave and gave. My money was stolen and my son was poisoned. You know, I send them an email and they respond back, take me off of the email list because I'm a fool. But what I learned from all these things that I'm getting at is if you're in a place where you can't be the loving human being that you are, you need to leave. Jesus said that a prophet is never respected amongst his own people. You got to go somewhere else where you can be your true self. So if you can't be in a place where you can be beautiful, pack your shit and leave. I'm going to tell you about the death of 1,000 cuts. Imagine having a 3-month-old who's already talking. Rich. I'm rich. And why I'm rich, I have the most expensive technology on the planet. My technology doesn't just involve eyeglasses. My technology makes it you can look at your computer, your television, your tablet, your watch, your phone, everything without your glasses. That's my technology. So I'm rich. I've got this technology. And I just sold my block for a hefty profit. And then I take my son to his doctor and carry him out. And now, for the past 7 years, my son has been shaking profusely like polio victims, is in diapers, can't talk for 7 years. And I have to watch this. And I know how to cure him. Polio, autism, even cancer. But because I'm a whistleblower and fixed something the system didn't want fixed, I can't even receive mail. I can't get my son's medicine that I know that heals him. What heals my son? What's healed everybody always? It's called lipospheric vitamin C. Mm-hmm. If you know a child or a parent of someone who has a child who has autism, lipospheric vitamin C cures all of it. Cures cancer. People don't realize that, when polio took place back in the 50s, when all of a sudden this new disease called polio came out. a doctor by the name of Robert Brenner, who cured 60 out of 60 of his patients. People don't even know polio was cured. He gave them vitamin C intravenously, 60 out of 60. But you understand they needed to give you that vaccine even back then in the 50s. They had to give them that vaccine back in the 50s.
Let me show y'all. Hold on.
So
let me show y'all.
When he proved to the world, it was even published in the Science Diagnostics. It was published everything.
It's Frederick.
It's Frederick.
Clinton. Here you go. Treatment of polio. Here you go. I gave you glasses.
Here you go.
You can read it to the audience.
So let me read this to you. Now, I get a little emotional about this, so you have to excuse me. And my education is from Baltimore City Public Schools, so they didn't teach us how to read real good.
Sorry.
I read good in my brain, but when I talk. So understand, this gentleman by the name of Dr. Klenner, his whole name is Frederick Klenner. Look it up for yourself. In polio, vitamin C destroys the virus. It is also used as a diuretic, removing polio caused edema from the brain, preventing compression of the cells lining the nervous system. Okay? I'm not going to read the whole thing to you because anybody can look for themselves. But if you got somebody who's sick at home, lipospheric vitamin C fixes all of it. I'm not going to read this whole thing because can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you know.
Okay. So I'm going to put this in the chat because reading the whole thing is it's a lot. But understand that it cured everything. But they needed to give everybody these vaccines. This took place back in the 50s and the 60s where they said that polio could only be cured with that it could only be cured by a vaccine. Only a vaccine could cure polio. You can't do nothing with polio except get a vaccine. If that doesn't sound familiar to you, we can take it off. I'm gonna just put it in the thread form. We're gonna leave the link in the thread. So this gentleman cured all this shit, and testimony and got witnesses. Everything is published. But what ended up happening? They ended up still putting out the vaccine because the system needed everyone to get the vaccine for polio. You understand? So what they did was they conducted their own tests and they gave people vitamin C in small doses orally and said, that don't work. So you gotta get the vaccine. The same play just took place. Well, I know for a fact how to cure my son who's been shaking for the past 7 years, 24 hours. I have to hold him at night in order for him to go to sleep. And some days he don't sleep for 3 days in a row. I've cried more than you can imagine. And this happened because I fixed something called preventable blindness. It took my boy. And they make it that I can't treat my boy because they need me in this fucked up frequency. I don't even look like this. This is not even how I look. I used to be good looking. I used to be cat daddy. But I'm fucked up because I have to watch my son suffer 24 hours a day, talking about death of 1,000 cuts. This has been going on for 7 years. And the system steals my son's medicine. They won't let me get his medicine. And this is over the counter. You can go to your grocery store and buy it over the counter right now. But we're in Mexico, so they don't have those luxuries and different things like that. And when I leave out the house, the CIA follows me and my wife whenever we walk out the house. So I'm telling you, we've been hurt and you've been hurt. I'm just telling you that hurt is my best friend. The only thing that's constant in my life is hurt. And the worst kind of hurt, because my son looks just like me. I waited till I was rich and 41 years old to have a kid because I wanted life to be perfect for my kids, because you know how life coming up and this skin looks and feels and how you're treated and dismissed and just, you know how we get treated. So I said, I'm not having no kids until I'm rich where I can buy my way out of this shit. Well, I didn't know that they poison kids. I didn't know. So I got to live with that. That's my choice. So I know pain. And I know pain.
Yeah.
And I also know that pain is what holds me down. And the trauma that, you know how you talk about the past fucks you up because you think about the past, and the future fucks you up because of your anxiety. They got me good because this is my present. My present is watching my son suffer. So it's harder for me to manifest. But I understand that. So my natural thing is to selling witch trials, all pediatricians, all oncologists. I want to have a conversation with all of them. And I want everybody's parents to know that they doctor poison their kid. And whatever happens to them, happens. But what I know more than anything is that the devil wins when we fight. So instead of giving the devil what he wants, I decided not to kill nobody. And everybody's laughing at me. All the people who were secretly envious of me and my wife because we were rich and happy are laughing, including my mother. My mother's husband went and got the shot after my son got sick to say fuck you to me. You understand? So I understand betrayal and hurt. I understand the betrayal and hurt. But if you can't be who you are, where you are, go somewhere else. Go far away. And brother, let me tell you, I don't like people. You are exceptional. You ain't average. You ain't okay or all right, brother. You are beyond exceptional. You. And if people can't see that, get the fuck away from them because they stealing your light. There's women and friends and people who would love to have you in their presence. And if they don't see you, move along because the right people will see you.
No, I'm like, no, you know, I wasn't. Y'all been through real stuff. I was just saying in my little.
No.
That's not.
No. What you went through was real,
I'm
man.
about to say,
Getting your heart, a woman breaking your heart hurts.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
That hurts, bro.
It's real.
That's real. Listen, they lied to us and told us we was children. Oh, it's puppy love. Everybody's going to break your heart, so get over it.
And see,
it's a lie.
Actually, what you just did to yourself is what the system does to us. See, they get to decide
it's puppy love.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They get to decide that.
But guess what? That first one still hurts. You understand?
Facts.
That first one still hurts, but it did not get acknowledged because, oh, you young, this is going to happen to you 1,000 times. Guess what? It don't have to happen. That's bullshit. That love that you had, that first one was pure. It was true. It was childlike. It was innocent, and it still hurts. So you mentioned that you felt good when you was like 11.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? We're supposed to be that way. We're supposed to think. We're supposed to be. Everything that we learn as adults is a lie. But when we was 11, going out in the swing or squeezing the fat girl booty at nighttime, that was real.
That's real.
Yeah. No,
so
I mean,
no, brother.
And in saying that,
it's real. That's real. That's hurt. That's hurt.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry to hear that, man. There's a lot of energy I felt from that. And that's the thing, man. You know, it sucks because the people that do fight and do all that, people don't even know. They don't even know.
Don't even know. And if people just go outside, Just
And
go outside.
and I tell y'all, gentlemen, there's a reason why we were all having this conversation today. You feel me? That only feels like I just looked at the ticker. It only feels like an hour went by.
I
Right?
know, because I was literally
And
just
all
about
I
to
know
say, I shut this down.
is
It's almost 5 hours.
Go ahead, build it. Cook, baby, cook.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, look, I don't care about nobody else. I care about what I'm seeing on the screen. You know what I'm saying? This is my only concerns. You feel me? And all I know, brothers, all I know, man, I felt this. I know I've been feeling this, and I know you guys have been feeling this. But I'm just gonna let you know, like, we can't leave here until we clean this place up, yo. Because I'll be damned that Santana's kids, my nieces and nephews, your family members, when they get to our age, that they're talking about the same problem we're having this discussion. Yeah. I'll be damned to understand it. I failed. If my family members are talking about this straight up, like I failed.
How do you think Malcolm X's reincarnation or whatever feels? You understand, if you put on Valid and the Bullet right now, it's literally exactly what we dealing with. And that was what, 1965? 1964. Play Ballad of the Bullet if you haven't heard it in a while. Play it again.
Yeah.
So I want you to understand this.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing changed.
But let me tell you how crazy this is.
Listen to Gil Scott-Heron. The revolution will not be televised. In the 80s.
Here's a crazy fact. I don't need a machine gun or a tank. If just 10 people stood up for me and Ariel, I could get medicine for my kid. But we can't even get 10 people. You dig? So I'm gonna win this motherfucker. I know how it all turns out. And like Batman, I'm using my hurt. My hurt fuels me. And it's unlimited. You dig? And I don't care what happens to me. I don't care. I die every day. Every time I gotta look at my kid and he can't look at me, I die. A piece of me dies every day. So there ain't nothing left of me. But I didn't go through all of this shit just to go through this shit. Something's going to happen. And personally, they shouldn't have touched my son. They shouldn't have done that.
Since you said that, Santana, you said you need 10 people. Now you need 9. I'm standing up for you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we got to do for your son to get this medicine, I'm gonna stand up.
Man, just understand that I could cure my son in 90 days, but no one will even chime in to say, hey, they stealing this man's children's medicine. But you know why they're doing it? Because if we can't see each other, we won't see each other. And I fixed it where we can see each other. So I'm just saying, I don't want to get all heavy on you, but I want to tell you, man, the way my woman was raving about you, brother, I was like, what you want? What you like the nigga?
Yeah.
You understand? Don't maybe you have to pull up on this nigga.
I don't want nothing slow. I don't want nothing. If you pull up in here, I would be like, chill out, bro. I'm just trying to get this job.
I'm just gonna hug you, brother. You sit here talking. You say you 33 years old, and I'm like, what? You know why you 33? Man, because you done fuck that age, and that none of that shit matters.
None of it.
And the hell with people telling you how to hurt. Fuck people who tell you how you're supposed to hurt. You know, people break your heart. when you come with good intention, that hurts. And the fact that you don't have an outlet where you can be vulnerable to say I'm hurt hurts me. So I understand why you feel like that. And I'm just letting you know that we literally, when you hurt, I hurt, because we all connected. Despite all the dumb shit divide us, we are connected. And I think we all can agree on that.
Yeah.
And that's why I try to encourage everyone, for all of us to walk outside and reconnect again with something simple. Because you know what's going to happen? Let me tell you what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I promise you this is going to happen. If we do this, fuck that. We're going to do it. When we do this, the next thing someone's going to do is someone's going to play some music. And people are going to feel good. And just realize, and people are going to start dancing, and they're going to remember how it felt to be a kid again, to go outside and see everybody and just dancing. And they're going to be changed. Something's going to happen.
That's it,
So
brother. Ben, you shock me every goddamn time I speak to you, Santana, man. You slap me with common sense all the time, brother. I appreciate you, man, more than ever. Yo, this is why. And Shango, you could eat at my table at any time, brother. Look. I love intelligence. I love wisdom. I love kindness. You know, the things that when we got here with, you know what I'm saying? Like he said, man, Dick Gregory said it, man, you came here pure.
Perfect.
And
I got
somewhere. Yeah, and he said somewhere. You feel me? Somewhere. Right? And I feel you, man. This is it's that pain. And the only thing I've done with my pain is, I just said I can't. The next person's coming. I can't put that on the next person. I gotta release that. That was for me. That you know what I'm saying? I can't do anything else about this.
Listen, I'm wishing this is for all the marbles for me. I bet. Listen, man. I don't know if you remember or you were around. The Gambia, Australia, Ghana, New York, Belize, Mexico, Atlanta, Compton, California, Baltimore. I supplied them with everything in 2020 because I knew what they was doing with these vaccines, and I was giving everyone a career where they can basically, I supplied them with all the goods for them to have their own career. I was giving away businesses for free. The NAACP and the Black Panther Party in Compton stole $3 million worth of goods from me. There's an organization in the Gambia called Blacks that's job is to get Black people to leave America and go to Africa. Stole the shit. And everyone else I sent it to didn't even use it. And because I did such a fuck you move, the system came down on me very, very hard. And I'm sitting in Mexico penniless overnight with a sick child.
Not for long.
But I'm still alive. So for me, it's for all the marbles. And I owe my son a chance. And you know what I want for my son more than anything else? I want my son to be able to fall in love. I don't care about him having a big car or a house. I want my son to fall in love. But no one's going to fall in love with the version he is right now other than his father. So I'm working for my son to be able to have love. So it's all the marbles for me. Man, I stopped giving a fuck about what happened to me when I brought my son home and couldn't go back to the doctor's office and cut his head off. So it's for all the marbles for me. But I will feel great if everyone can do this simple gesture and walk outside.
Yeah, man.
Just walk outside at the same time. Everybody. Takes no energy. No, in fact, on the house for just 1 hour. Everybody just walk outside and see what happens. right?
100%. I think so.
So I'm gonna have to end this thing. I gotta feed my kids.
Yeah, no problem.
I've been
This went on way longer than I had expected,
It
but
went
at
on-
the same time, this has been amazing. I have truly enjoyed everybody's time. All of the listeners out there, thank you for coming in and listening to this. And we hope that you got something out of this too, because we don't have all the answers, but you see that we do have some very strong, powerful minds trying to come together, trying to figure out a way out of this, because it's a consensus that this shit that's going on ain't cool. We tired of it, and it's gone on far too long. And they've got us all in a place where we feel almost defeated.
listen.
Like
They got us in a place
where Trump is the best option.
what niggas is saying niggas for Trump.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
forget, so I'm not gonna shit on him, but we're so desperate that and listen, he's trying to pass himself, the Bible speaks, he's trying to pass himself off as the Messiah.
Yep.
And it tells you about the false prophet. He's literally trying to take his genealogy back to the Egyptian gods now. And his father's middle name is Christ.
Yep. And his mother's name is Mary.
So they're literally trying to pass
Yes.
this phony off
Yes.
Oh, God.
as the second coming. You
I
dig?
know damn well if
And,
he ain't got no red. He don't turn red and have a damn toupee. I'm just not taking that one. I'm just like, we got to stop it, man. We like, even if Jesus is real, he's not. Come on. If that's Jesus, I'm out of here. I'm just like,
The Christ
What?
is, I promise you, I
Hey,
promise
your,
you.
your options for the Christ right now on the current market are Donald Trump or Elon Musk.
I'm
Those
good.
You're not liking the vixen? You're not liking the vixen guy?
What?
The vixen guy? The Indian guy?
I'm finna
My
go.
head-
Trash. She's
You
trash.
know,
in the
you know he has
He's trash.
connections to the Rockefellers,
He
right?
got beautiful teeth.
He
Huh?
got
What you
caught.
say?
He got caught working for George Soros 10 years ago. They blasted him already.
He went for
he's
who?
trash.
Yeah, he got
He's
caught
trash.
having connections to George Soros.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, he
So like, nah,
just
look,
only.
if them are answers, I'm finna go jump in traffic, man. I'm out of here, man. I ain't got time
Nah,
for
we
this.
got another answer. We got another answer. I
Yeah,
promise
we got an
you.
answer. Trust me, we got another
We got
answer.
another answer. Wait,
We
wait
got
till we
another
have
answer.
our next. Wait till we have our next conversation.
Okay, most definitely.
Have you had a chance to look at the artwork yet?
I got a chance to see some of the videos, a little bit of the artwork. So that's your artwork, or just like different
No.
artwork in general?
None of it's my shit. I can't paint, but the
Okay.
interpretation. I'm gonna send you some different ones to show
Okay.
you what happens, how all it's gonna play out, and so keep your frequency as high as you can.
Is that Michael? Michael, is that you in the audience?
Michael
Hey,
Jackson?
sorry.
Oh, Michael Jackson.
Oh, it is Michael. No, listen, this
Hey, Michael.
Michael is a beautiful,
She's
brilliant.
amazing.
She's a nurse, and she is the one that showed me the cure for polio.
Wow.
She works in the field and has been working in the field for some 40, 50 years, where she's dealt specifically for it.
Wow.
So this random person gave me what I needed to heal my son.
And you know what's
she's an
crazy?
amazing human
You know what's
being.
crazy? It's almost
Something
like
the medical community, you ask a doctor.
it's almost like we only have two options, and then someone comes along and gives you the third.
That's
So
how it is.
this is the same situation we're in. We're only it seems like we've got only two options, but there's a third.
We know what the third one is, and we'll talk about that later because I don't
Yeah,
want
we're
to
going
put too much.
yeah, for sure. Part two.
Part two. Well, listen, I shared a little too much, but you know what? Fuck them.
It's all right.
All I do is tell the truth, and what we're doing and what we're proposing is easy. Listen, if y'all can be made to go in the house for a year and a half, we can on our own leave out the house for an hour.
1 hour.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So let's
Yeah,
pick. Let's honestly, let's do it on my birthday. What's my birthday? That'll be great.
Buddy.
Birthday.
Okay. When is that?
No,
November the 11th.
Okay. Oh.
no, we're gonna have something.
11/11.
Wait.
We're gonna have something.
You
We're gonna
born
have
on
something,
11,
y'all.
11?
We're gonna have something
Yeah.
real nice, real nice.
Hold on, T-Wiggle.
Oh.
Hold on 1 second. His birthday is 11/11, and he was born in 1973. Like that's why we were saying it's a lot with him. It's a whole lot of shit.
No. He's got the 4 pillars. The 4, the 11, it's the 11 is the 2 pillars. So he's got 2 of them. So that's the 4 pillars. Got a solid foundation. See, this is why Santana. This is why. No wonder. Energetically, something's going on here. You know what I mean? Yes. I fall back.
No, that's funny because my the teacher that I have that's shown me a lot. He's born on 11/11, and actually the homeboy that I was talking to about this very subject 2 hours before I got on the live with y'all, he was born 11/11. So I don't know what that means.
Wow.
It means
we gotta get them on here.
All right, well, listen. We're going to end it with that just because. Wait until I tell you what it means.
And the energies are picking up.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. So
wait a minute. What's your birthday? What's your sign?
Oh, I was born on February 8th, 1990. I'm an Aquarius.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay.
Aquarius. Okay. All right. T-Wiggle.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
When's your birthday?
Me?
When's your birthday?
Oh, it just passed. I'm August, baby. August 27th.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Well, happy belated.
Happy belated.
So February 8th.
Well, I can't wait to talk.
Huh?
What'd you say?
No, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh no, I was saying that. Well, February Aquarius is a natural revolutionary, whatever, all of that. So my mom used to actually tell me all that when I was young, and I'd be like, yeah. So it's there, but I'm just like, I'm literally
a month after you. I'm March 8th.
And Sky Bunny, you go to where the place?
You gotta put the chart on.
Sky Bunny, you go and you get some lipospheric vitamin C. And if you would like, my dear beautiful friend Michael, who's on the chat, she's on here as HRH Commander Buttercup. I can link you up with her, and she will walk you through and give you a regimen for your godson. So I'm going to wait. Sky Bunny, you send me a how do they send us an email? Oh, send me an email, Sky Bunny, and I'm going to put you in contact with somebody so we can take care of all of that. I don't mean treatment. I mean 100% recovery, 100% recovery like it never happened. So you send me an email, I'll put you in contact with the person, tell you what you need, and it costs pennies. So all that, I cannot wait to part 2. My brain's been stimulated, which is, man, it's nothing like stimulation, and you gentlemen have stimulated the hell out of my brain today and given me some things to think about, and y'all even made me give out my secret. But it's out, and let's get together and we'll plan a date. And I'm hoping everyone who's in the chat will all get along. That's what we'll do. And ain't no system involved with this. No sponsors. No celebrities want to get involved and do the walk outside challenge. Just us, the people, walk outside.
Oh, her grandson is 11/11.
Yeah, I was saying.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, but she's saying he's also born on 11/11.
Yeah. So I'm saying, yeah. They target that date, and I'll tell you why later.
Yeah, our son, who they got, is the same birthday as Gandhi.
It's the certain dates, but we'll get into it because I don't want to start it right now because
Yeah,
man,
right.
it's-
Stay for later. Stay for
Look,
later.
'cause we
Stay-
5
no
hours
problem.
in. 5 hours in.
So hey, listen, I felt like I found some new members to the tribe. I feel fantastic after talking to y'all, and I appreciate y'all for hearing the brother out.
Because ain't nobody else doing shit.
No problem.
So we should do
Hey,
it.
like I said, man, don't worry about it. Don't worry about Santana. I'm coming. Don't worry about it, buddy. I got something for you, baby. Got something.
I appreciate that, and I just want to give everybody a big "Can you dig it" for those who stopped in.
So we got Shy Bunny, Ahmad Delight, Carol
Carolyn,
Bukala,
We got Michael.
Michael. Who else we got in here?
Jeffrey
King Samo, Peter. Peter's here.
Oh, Peter. Hey, Peter. Gra Hugh.
AJ Davis.
What we got here?
Um,
El Sheba Sekhmet. Hope it's right. PBS
Oh, you got
Lover.
a fan club. You got a fan club now. Look at y'all. Moving on up.
Most of implants.
Dark Star.
Gizel.
Weasel, Jeffrey Bay, Inner C,
Vivian Wheelings, I believe.
Real,
Mama Bear.
Mama Bear,
Equator 7.
What's good, man?
Haven't seen in a while.
No,
And
and who was that?
that's it. Oh, Sheba Batista.
Mhm.
I'll give a shout out to T Wriggles. And
All right,
I think that's it.
And that's a wrap. All
That's
right,
a wrap.
y'all. Well,
Hey.
All
it's
right, thank y'all.
Come on, it's one I've ever
been-
done.
y'all.
Take care, gentlemen. See you
Hey
soon.
man,
Can you-
peace and love to all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? All right. And remember, keep that thinking cap on.
Can you dig it?
Peace.
Can you dig?
All right, brother. Stop.
All right.
Out.